Sorry, no kings.
Wow, Steve is still at the first.
I'm gonna call the meeting to order.
Instead,
Clerk Boudreaux, can you please call the roll?
I'm out for it.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxon,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Present.
Councilmember Fellows,
Present.
Councilmember Tucson,
I'm here.
Councilmember Simmons,
Here.
Councilmember McLean,
Here.
Councilmember King.
Present.
All present, we have a quorum.
Thank you. We'll give folks a second to get prepared as we move into the meeting.
I didn't hear you. You're still having a field day. What was it?
Yeah, I don't even.
All
All right. I entertain a motion for agenda approval.
So move.
It's been moved by Councilmember McLean, supported by Councilmember Tucson. Updates or changes to the agenda? I know there are a couple.
I'd like to move to take from the consent agenda to take item number 2, resolution number 2025-214 off and
Place it after the consent, maybe? Just do it.
yeah.
Okay. So letter C, we'll go to the top of resolutions. Consent agenda, and then I know Councilmember Fellows.
Yes, I was hoping to move item F in resolutions to near the top of resolutions motions. I think we've been doing it after ordinance reading, so maybe after item A.
Let's see. So you want to put this before the consent agenda?
No,
Or-
in
Oh, in the resolution,
Yes.
so, all right, so then there'll be C and then there'll be letter F if we moved up. Is that what you're asking? Under resolutions?
there'll be A and then letter F
In resolutions.
in resolutions.
Yeah, so we just moved letter C from the consent agenda right before that, before A. So we could just put F right after that if you're okay with that.
Okay. Yes.
And also for,
1 second.
I'm
please.
sorry.
Something to say?
Yes, and then also for resolution F, in consideration of how long the agenda is, if we could limit the debate to 15 minutes, if that's possible.
Are you making a motion?
Yeah, I'm making a motion to limit the debate in resolution F to minutes.
You said 1-5?
Yeah, 15 minutes.
Support.
Moved and supported. Discussion to limit discussion to 15 minutes on letter F. Senator McLean?
Point of clarification, that of course does not do anything to reduce public comment.
No.
Nope.
No, I wouldn't think, no.
I'll make that point.
Councilmember Fellows?
Yeah, I'm not anticipating
Yeah, me.
much discussion on it, but I don't think I would support limiting it just in case something happened. But I don't anticipate
Yeah.
a lot of discussion.
I don't either, but I mean, okay. Any other discussion on the motion? The amendment to the agenda? Please call the roll.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxon,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
No.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
The motion to limit debate carries.
Thank you. So we're back. We are amending the agenda. I'm assuming friendly. We had C and F moved to the top of resolutions, motions and discussions. C from the consent agenda, not from the resolutions. You had something as well?
Mayor, I would move to take item number E from the resolutions, the approval of the banks, which is pretty much of a formality, to put that onto the consent agenda.
Resolutions 221. We move to the consent agenda.
I would say that I have a question. I don't know that it's gonna be long, but
No,
I do have some quick question.
Withdraw.
Withdrawn. All right, so right now, we've moved letter C from the consent agenda off into resolutions at the top of that section. Letter F will follow with a 15-minute limit for discussion. Any other changes to the agenda? All right, seeing none, all in favor of the agenda as amended, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. Okay, we are at our opportunity for public comment. And so members of the audience will have 3 minutes to address council. Public comment is 45 minutes in total. What I will start with are the folks who have signed up on the list, then I will move to hands, then we'll move to Zoom. If the 45-minute time frame ends before we get to everyone, those who have either raised their hands or signed up on the list will be moved to the end of the meeting for continuation. Make sure I have everything. Okay. So I have Steven Scuber, Sweeber? I'm sorry, Swiber, my apologies. Swiger, that's a G, I'm sorry. Okay, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. My name is Steven Swiger. I've struggled with homelessness off and on over the years. That's a community I'm very comfortable with and familiar with. I want to thank you guys for approving the Freight House Warming Center. A little late in the year. First to get the word, I wanted to point out that September 1992, the low of the year of September was 27 degrees. In October 1993, the low was 14 degrees. In order to get hypothermia, temperature just has to be less than our body temperature. That can be exacerbated by being underfed, being on the ground, being underdressed, being drunk, being neurodivergent, mentally ill, runaways. These are all people that are more likely to get hypothermia, and all you have to do is be less than 98 degrees to get it. It sounds crazy, but it's true. The warmest, there are 122 days a year that are under 32 degrees in this area. My first time doing this.
It's okay.
One of the things I'd like to point out that I went to a fundraiser for the Freight House the other day. This is great. I'm wondering which other life-saving essential services need fundraisers. I don't understand why the library is the de facto shelter. There's one social worker. She's very overworked. And on Sundays, the de facto shelter is the transit center, which luckily is getting $23 million in upgrades. I wouldn't mind seeing some of that going towards our disenfranchised and homeless. I don't know. Yeah, that's just what the point of this is I think we need a year-round shelter. There's cold temperatures, there's hypothermia temperatures in the July of 1914. Okay, a little out of date, but global warming was 40 degrees was the low. You can freeze to death 40 degrees, and you're probably wearing shorts and a t-shirt, and you're drunk because it's July. And then you get 3 dead people overnight, and if they'd gone to a shelter or whatnot, they'd have been fine. So, okay, I guess that's all the time I need. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Rachel Resid? Good evening.
Hello. My name is Rachel Resin and I work at the downtown library. I just want to reaffirm the need in Ypsilanti for a year-round shelter for unhoused people. The majority of people that I interact with every day are housing insecure. A lot of them live in tents. The Daytime Warming Center opens on November 10th, and I'm grateful that that was approved again for the Freight House, but it's been cold the last few days. Yesterday, a few library patrons remarked to me that they didn't know what kind of weather to dress for because the day started out warm and then they were freezing by the evening. Today, the library closes at 9, so there's nowhere else for people to go except possibly the transit center. I don't know how late they're open or what their lobby hours are. I was on a bicycle ride earlier today and it started out at 60 degrees and then started pouring rain when I went home, and instantly I felt like it was 40 degrees and my clothes were soaked. And if I didn't have somewhere warm to go, I don't know what I would do. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Aziza Ulabi? I hope I said that correctly. Sorry. Okay. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. I've lived in Ypsilanti for over 20 years and I'm here to ask you to put please vote in favor of the resolution. I believe it is 2025-222 regarding the Los Alamos Data Center, and to have Ypsilanti join the Mayors for Peace initiative. The data center I see as a highly problematic issue for our community for three types of reasons. One is practical, and that concerns environmental impact and impacts on our utility services that data centers such as the one planned have on the surrounding communities. Also, ethical concerns, being that we as voters, taxpayers, did not consent to have this data center in our midst, impacting us negatively. And third is the moral problem of having our city resources used towards aiding the development of nuclear arms. And the city of Ypsilanti has a good track record of being on the right side of history, and more often than not does the right thing. And it would be, if this resolution passed, it would be a continuation of that tradition. And so I'm asking you to vote in favor. Also, I'd like to voice my support for returning to the prior rules of public comment, where public comments happen all at once in the beginning. And that would just be very important for people like me who are unable to stay up too much later than this. Thank you for your time.
Sarah Rowland.
Good evening. Many important resident concerns in Ward 3 are being ignored by our Ward 3 council representatives, and instead their attention is on showy items that further their larger political goals. This disconnect causes safety issues, and both longtime residents and businesses feel hopeless and forgotten. One important example is the unsafe elevators for the seniors and disabled community members at the once subsidized 55+ apartments called Cross Street Village. Both Amber and Desiree campaigned there, and residents tell me that they haven't been back since. So let me tell you, the elevators are now labeled with homemade signs, use at your own risk. And they haven't been certified since 2018. A major risk for folks like Jerry, who is in a wheelchair, and he's a veteran residing on the second floor with his dog Sarge. He also dodges creases in the carpet and buckets in the hallway. But hey, I get that reaching out to help Jerry today isn't as exciting as bringing us participatory budgeting, a popularity contest for city funds akin to a reality TV show. My hope is that the remaining council members, grounded in the actual reality of our limited budget, can turn focus back to the urgent problems of our community members that we already face, rather than risk our funds to take on even more. Participatory budgeting is for cities with large budgets and excess funding. This idea flourished when the federal government provided subsidies for COVID-19 in places like Cambridge, Massachusetts, population 118,000, Greensboro, North Carolina, population 300,000, Boston, Massachusetts, 639,000, Chicago, Illinois, 2,600,000, and New York City, 7,900,000. The population of Ypsilanti, Michigan is 18,585 people. Our COVID funds are long gone, and Trump certainly isn't giving extra to small cities like ours. In reality, we have costly major infrastructure issues to solve, like repairing our roads and bridges. According to business owners, if we don't get the Tridge fixed, it's going to be shut down, causing major disruption to residents and businesses in Depot Town. I wish that Councilperson Simmons, who was elected to advocate for issues like the Tridge in Ward 3, would spend more time speaking to businesses and seeking solution to this ticking time bomb, rather than bringing in groups that serve the cause of her private employment. This employer, the Interfaith Council of Peace and Justice, actively lobbies for participatory budgeting at the county level. They brought in these same participatory budgeting project speakers for their campaign cause on April 1st of 2024. And no April fooling here. According to their own numbers, their involvement can cost $65,000. Let's work on using our money for real solutions to pressing Ypsilanti issues, rather than allow our meager budget to become an experiment that fosters cronyism.
Thank you.
I have one more quick thing to say.
Sorry, your time is
Jerry
up.
Kreiner, who is being honored today, I want to commend you for doing that. And he
Time's up. I'm sorry. Your
was not recognized in his honorary
time is up,
thing.
Sarah. I'm sorry.
He
Dave?
was a DDA representative, and that
Sarah,
just
your
needed to
time
be
is
said
up.
about Jerry Kreiner. Rest in peace, Jerry.
Your time is up. Dave Strensky?
Hello,
Good evening.
I'm Dave Strensky, representing Solar Rips, I guess. Just everybody knows that we won the grant from the MPSC, so we were going to get $250,000 to do solar on low-income houses in Ipsy, so that's fantastic. There's a resolution on the board, thank you for moving it up, to approve getting $60,000 extra dollars from the Ann Arbor Community Foundation. I hope that you can reword that a little bit because John and I are looking for more money. We think there's some solar moonshot money out there and there's other private funders. So we're hoping to get an even bigger pot. So if you can just make that more generic and say any extra funds you'll accept for this. And I'm going to stay here if you have any questions. And I saw that this data center thing's on the agenda. My last minute here, I'll just, I know little things about data centers. And when they say they use a lot of water, there's two kinds of data centers, ones that use evaporative cooling and one that use warm water cooling. If you have evaporative cooling, you're taking water from some source and you're basically spraying it on a radiator and letting the water evaporate into the atmosphere to get the cooling effect of the latent heat of evaporation. If you're doing warm water cooling, it's the same water that's being circulated over and over and over again. So there's no consumption of water. And also a couple months ago here, I just happened to be here for a Yucca presentation, and Yucca says they have plenty of water because businesses have been conserving water. So I don't think water is an issue. I'm not pro or against the data center. I'm just want to tell you what I know about data centers. And the other thing about pollution and noise, if you're doing on-site generation, then yes, that is an issue, and I'm against that. But if they're getting all the power from the grid, then it's not as nice, but you know, it's Monroe that's going to just be making more power. So there is more pollution and it's happening over there, but it's not affecting the local community. And then finally, I really don't like that they're going to take a nice green field and turn it into a data center. I don't see why they don't just put it into an existing building like Angstrom. You know, it's just sitting there doing nothing. If you got an empty building that's already a brownfield, why not just use it? Anyways, thank you. Thank you for all your support for solar.
Thank you. Kadus Hawat? I hope I said your name correctly. I'm sorry.
Hi, Council. My name is Kadus Hewitt. I'm a Ward 3 resident. Today, I would like to speak with you about 2 or 3 items. The first is asking and urging you to bring forward a resolution to relax the current constraints on public comments, to bring them back to where they were last year. I think the 2 biggest regressions in the public comment system this year is one, the reduction from 60 minutes to 45 minutes for the first opportunity for public comment. I've already had my hand raised, but the 45-minute limit was reached in one meeting. So that's, I think, one big regression. The second is this coupling that now seems to be there between the first opportunity and the second opportunity. Whereby if we don't hit that 45-minute limit for the first opportunity, then we never have a second opportunity, which means that the opportunity to provide immediate feedback is gone. So if I liked something that was said or done, there's no way for me to give immediate feedback. I would have to wait 2 weeks to do so. So given these two big regressions, if we could go back to having a 60-minute limit, which I think was what it was last year, it was just not strictly enforced, but just strictly enforce that and then just decouple the first and second opportunities for public comment. That would be very agreeable to me. The second item is just asking and urging you all to discuss some things ahead of time. I think some of the more contentious meetings include things like, well, let me start with Ipsy City Council members, I think should get paid more. And I think in the context of budget meetings where you all are making difficult decisions to maybe cut certain things, if you're being on the spot to approve of even an inflation adjustment for yourselves, it may be awkward. So I urge you all to discuss ahead of time, like now, what it'll take for you all to get that adjustment ahead of time with the finance director, and let that not be a line item that you have to talk about in that meeting. Similarly, with the budget for the police department, I think Councilmember Simmons brought this up last time. We should be hearing more from the police chief in general, but we should be getting updates about the hiring process now. And from you, City Council, I would expect you all to decide ahead of time what it'll take for you to decide, okay, they've hired 4 new deputies, and so we are, okay. Thank you.
Jen Heimberg? Good evening.
Evening, Council. Jen Heimberg, Meadhurst Drive, 48198. 2 resolutions. I haven't reviewed all of them, but 2 resolutions. Resolution 218, approving the purchase of Dodge Durangos for the cops. No, I'm not in support of that. Resolution regarding the data center. Yes, in support of that. But primarily here, City Manager Andrew Halega, I saw your video on the City government video Facebook page. And I loved your wish that people would get more involved. So I'm here for the 3rd session in a row, in addition to my emails, to continue to ask council to remove the new 45-minute restrictions on public comment, echoing the person before me who was speaking. Each week I come with good new reasons, and this week is no different. If there are resolutions on the agenda and they are important enough for more than 15 people to come, either individually or united, they would have to wait until, if more than 15 people came, they would have to wait to hear their voices heard. And what good does it do if people wanted to have their public comment heard before a resolution? What good does it do to have it happen after a potential discussion and vote, right? Like then all they can do is provide their feedback. So if you had over 15 people that went to the trouble to either get here or get online, maybe skip dinner like I did, maybe get a sitter, arrange their night just to find out that they wrote a public comment and were ready to come, just to find out that they can't really give it until maybe 10 p.m., 11 p.m. Again, how likely do you think that they would be to return? It's sort of the opposite of your city manager's wish. So let's make this man's wish come true and keep the public involved. This is not the time to be removing the people's voice. And if part of this also is that you're thinking that you all don't get paid enough to listen to us for this long, or that you might resent us for hearing, I would echo the person before me, that you all had the opportunity to give yourself raises earlier this year and you voted against it. And this is a primarily Black woman council, and that's disappointing. So again, I'm pushing for removal of the restrictions of public comment. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, those are the names that I have signed up. Are there members of the audience? Please come.
All right, ready?
Mm-hmm.
All right, my name is Cortland Travis Bursey. Yes, I'm the one who was raising Cain throughout your town. C-A-I-N, raising Cain. Do you know what that phrase means? Yep. There you go. That's all I did. Now, why did I do that? All right, Section 5, Article 1. I quoted that from your Constitution all the time. And now, here I am to take responsibility. September 28th, 2024. I lived on 503 Pearl Street, very close to your courthouse and your police department. Also, very close to a certain Harris Walls headquarters on Michigan Avenue. Okay, so woke up, decided to get my vape, go on the porch. She goes, I was in pain. That vape was my medicine, so I decided to do that so I could allowed, go back to sleep, and then go to work at Michigan's favorite grocery store, serving all of you proper food and services like I should. But what did I come to find? 2 SUVs pull up in front. Now, I don't fret immediately. They've been in the neighborhood before. If they weren't after me, okay, I'm law abiding. Was there an issue? Turns out it was me. They flashed the light on me as if I was a fugitive. I kept my door open so I could run in, shut it, and lock it. Why? Castle doctrine. Okay, so when I find someone knocking at my door, I say, get a warrant. What do I hear? Wrong answer. I dial 911. So it looks like that was the police to get me, but what was the justification? The police are there to help you. What? Without a warrant? No. Supervisor. Okay, so it turns out that was the police because as I would talk to Sergeant Gibbs Labor now, most people would get their firearm when they heard someone banging at their door saying, I don't need a warrant. And that's cost a lot of American lives for no reason. But I did the smart thing. No, get your phone and ask, what's this about? We're just there to shut it out, to check things out. Was there a clear and present danger? Making me rip my hair out. Why? Okay, what was the with this Karen call? This false alarm. That technically it was. Why'd you send police to my door over vaping on my porch? I said, who authorized this? Dispatch supervisor. Now. Okay, why'd you send them? Oh, well, someone called us and said you were talking to a tree. The tree is my best friend. I literally responded to that and trolled him and then told him in a serious tone before I do not do that to me again. That's it. But then constantly again. And I couldn't, and y'all would not accept the complaint of it when I tried initially, especially when I pointed out that's a Black Lives Matter issue. Oh, you like no kings? Well, you all get to live in lofty castles and yet no problem treating me like a landless peasant. That's just one of your many inconsistencies. And what's with the king next door? And what's with the bloody king hall and EMU campus? Oh, so they get to treat me like a landless peasant. Why? Just trolling you. But at the end of the day, I cannot believe that you allow people to do something that Stalinist.
Thank you. Your time is up. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to address council? Yeah. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. Jeremy Haley, Ipsy Township. I was able to attend the No Kings protest in Ipsy. One thing I'd say, the organization that sponsored that and got the permit for it should be reconsidered not to have it done, sponsored by them next time, for this one reason only. They let a group of a dozen or more people hijack that event, block Michigan Ave, right where the crosswalks were, because they were using the buttons to stop traffic, walk opposite way of the event, blocking traffic going up Michigan Way, making a right onto Huron, blocking the cars behind them, about 3/4 away down there. Oh, here comes a fire truck that had to weave and bob through the cars that had to try to pull to the right and left to make room for it. That organization should be reconsidered next time not to have it done because they couldn't keep control of the event, which was illegal. And after seeing what I saw, I gotta say they do exist, people. After all the years we've been hearing about them, or I've heard about them from Andy No and other reporters, the people dressed in all black, black hats, black mask, they do exist. Because they were freaking there that day, a dozen or more. Those were the ones that hijacked that event and turned it in blocked traffic on those roads that day. I sat and watched them. As soon as the event got started, they took off. I followed them. After a certain point, they stopped, pulled out their backpacks, pulled out their megaphones, pulled out the little green fluorescent vests, started walking in the road here on that way in the bike lane with their big No Kings, No Masters sign. You can see it on MLive Live, that picture. Okay? And they did that all the way. And they got on the sidewalk for a little bit until the crosswalk. But this is how they hijacked it. And the people that joined them, I got to say, they're a bunch of useful idiots. Because that's what they are. These people just blatantly joined into these people and created a illegal event, turned it into an illegal event, and you had a bunch of useful idiots, hundreds of them, join it, okay? I don't know what else to say about these people. You know, they just joined in like it was something to do. They were saying off the sidewalks into the streets. They were running back and down the line, telling people, join them. This is what's happening. They do exist.
Time is up. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to address council? Brian? Good evening.
Good evening, council and Mayor Pro Tem and everyone else. I love IPSI so much. This public comment session already fire. I completely support 24/7 shelter, 1,000,000%, maybe the most important thing of all. And oh my God, extending public comment, obviously. I mean, because that's kind of the point of having a meeting, right? Is like, so, yep. But I do just want to speak quickly about the data center resolution from a few different points of view. One is the Democratic point of view. I think this is a wildly unpopular proposal, as we've seen from a whole slew of public bodies and also other events. It is wildly unpopular around the country and is sort of like this point of tension and sort of a breaking point in many communities around the country, many of whom the data center came earlier and people have poisoned air and poisoned water and are getting headaches from the generators that, you know, as Mr. Strensky pointed out, of course, it'd be great if it was all renewable energy or, you know, hooked up itself. But we're talking about DTE. So we know that the generators are going to have to kick on, right? Best case scenario, because they're not turning that shit off. So that's one thing. There's also reports around the country of energy bills skyrocketing after data centers come in. There's also reports around the country of the local grids becoming much less reliable when the data centers come on, and that's often, you know, DT is one of the least reliable utilities in the country. So that's just in general. You know, if we're talking about doing it here with DTE, it's even worse. I was just looking at my map. It looks like, you know, there's the point about destroying the beautiful zone of what's it called, North Hydro Park, but also the alternative proposal is to put it in ACM in the American Center of Mobility. That is about 3,000 feet from West Willow. So the environmental justice implications there, I hope, are self-evident. Yeah, I mean, there's some things we don't need to see what it's like to have a data center in IPSI. We could just not do that, and we could, you know, have a shelter for the unhoused and like a bunch of other cool things instead. So support for that resolution and appreciate you all.
Thank you. Anthony?
Good evening, everyone, Mayor, Council. Anthony Williamson, Ypsilanti Township. As usual, a couple hats. I'll start with being on the board of Ypsilanti Senior Center. As you guys know, the Senior Center has not been in operation for a few months now. We do hear that there's progress and there is an opportunity, will be open soon. But my concern, and this is just me, is its availability for the election that's coming up. I do believe that that is a space that we utilize for the city. And just wanted to make sure that we talked about it at our last meeting. And I want to thank Commissioner King and Council Member King and Council Member Wilcoxon for coming to our meetings. There's been a lot of progress made in the last couple of months regarding the repairs to the center. I do believe that that center is a very viable part of our community that's not being utilized to its fullest. Being here since the center or the recreation department was dissolved, the senior center and the Park Ridge Community Center are those that struggle the most to keep open. I would like to see us, I know it's a particular ward that is in, but I believe that that's a responsibility of the city. And I wanted to see, in addition to the council members that come, that we could meet more just to see how we can make that center more viable. We do understand that we have more funds coming in through a Washtenaw County grant, but I do want that center to be used much more. I also want to thank Bonnie for her support and everything. With Park Ridge, so my other role would be Government Community Relations Specialist for City of Ypsilanti, not the City of Ypsilanti, for Ypsilanti Housing Commission. That's another place that I think that not only our ward representatives, but the city members, including my city manager, when I used to work with the Housing Commission, it was a partnership. I think it's a disconnect now, and in order to improve the lives of the citizens that live in public housing, I would hope that we can get together more to see how we can work together. There was a recent shooting. Police chief was there on the spot along with yourself, Mayor, and Michelle and Roland, I think. But I just feel like that part of town still could use more support from the city. But also I believe that as the two entities, we need to be more invested in connecting with you guys to show what we need, and we're not doing that. And I want to let you guys know that that'll start happening more. Now, more fun stuff. Trunk or treat is this Saturday. Hopefully you guys will be there dressed up and giving kids to our candy along with those folks who I can't speak to back here. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to address council? Oh, KJ. Hello, good evening.
Hi, it's great to hear so much support for longer public comment today. KJ Pedri, 120 North Huron. We're closing in on our time, and this isn't even a particularly concerted, everyone's here for one issue sort of thing. This is just people being civically engaged. So please take that into consideration when you reflect upon these rules. Let's see, I would like to voice my opposition to more Zoomier police cars. We're 5 square miles. How many miles are on the ones we have? There were 3 officers here when I came in for this. Oh, they're still here for this. I'm not loving that use of our resources. I am here to voice my support for Mayors for Peace. Fun fact about me, my grandfather was a rocket scientist who worked on Trinity. He died a violent, lonely alcoholic. And so when I think about the jobs that the data center will bring to our area, I think about the impact of introducing nuclear technology to the world and deploying it on civilians, and the impact that that had on my family, the impact on the health and well-being of my family from living next to a nuclear test site, and the spiritual impact that it had on my family for generations. So this project is furthering inhumanity. This project is furthering destruction, and we don't need more nuclear weapons built by our citizens or anyone else. So yeah, don't do it. Approve the resolution and oppose the data center. Let's see. Shelter, obviously, every time we need to talk about this, it needs to be a continuing issue until we have shelter in Ypsi for our unhoused residents. Our unhoused residents should not have to show up to tell you that themselves, but they do. They have consistently over time. Please hear their voices. Please hear our voices. This is an exhausting exercise in civics. It's hard to know that no matter what the people have to say, you're still going to approve 3 Dodge Durango police interceptors tonight. And that no matter what the people have to say, we're not going to get shelter tonight. So, you know, it is a defeating exercise that we continue to commit to the public record that this is the desire of the people, that we are willing to show up, that we are willing to continue when it feels futile until it is done. So please take these things to heart. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to address council? Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
I'll be pretty short. Most of what I've said has already, or most of what I'd like to say has already been said. I am in opposition of the new Durangos. I am in opposition of the data center. I love Mayors for Peace. I think that is a wonderful initiative that I'm glad that you guys are working towards. And we should be housing our transient residents.
I'm sorry. Can you state your name for the record?
Jessica Kruger, Ypsilanti Township.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Hi, Council. Logan Fortino. Just wanted to come up here to voice my support for the resolution against the data center. I just wanted to really quick give some numbers, and I want to just be really quick so someone else can speak. But I don't know if you know this, the Alliance for the Great Lakes estimates that over 150 billion gallons of water will be used annually within 5 years from the Great Lakes. That's 300, and a single hyperscale data center can use more than 365 million gallons of water per year, which is equivalent to the household use of about 12,000 people. Additionally, they're estimating the increase in electrical and consumers' bills, with the electrical bills going up almost 8% by 2030 because of data centers, which is a lot of money for folks that are already struggling. And it's kind of wild to me that the cost of that is being passed down to consumers, not to mention the environmental impact this would have. And then also, 1 gigawatt is roughly twice the energy used by the city of Pittsburgh last year, and consumers is considering 15 gigawatts of data center projects. And just like consider that, like that's a wild number. And just like passing that on to the residents of this community and like having them deal with the environmental impact as well as like the cost that is associated with having a data center near us, it's just, seems really unreasonable. Really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I saw, oh yeah, please go. Good evening.
Hi, hello, my name is Lauren. I live in the township, actually. I'm your neighbor. And I just wanted to come here and speak in favor of Resolution 222. I appreciate this even being on the agenda. I appreciate you making the effort to oppose the Los Alamos Data Center. Like several other people already mentioned, the environmental impacts are unknowable, but probably very bad. And the moral reprehensible part of it as well. We want to keep that out of our community in general. And I just appreciate the city of Ypsilanti having this on the agenda to discuss, even though it's slated to, it's proposed for Ypsilanti Township. I, as a township resident, appreciate you doing what you can to stand firm against it. And yeah, that's all I really had to say. Thank you.
Anyone else in the audience who would like to address council? All right. No, you can't. I'm so sorry. You've had your opportunity. Zoom, please. Oh, someone did leave their phone on the table there. Thank you for that. But yes.
Find my phone thing.
Oh, it was going to be going on. Yeah. Okay. Zoom.
We've got two, Kat Layton.
Hey, wasn't sure if I was gonna be able to chit chat. Can you at least hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Sorry, I was having Wi-Fi issues. First of all, Kat Layton, Ypsi, Ward 3 resident. Wanted to let you guys know that last week's planning commission that you all allowed to hear the zoning amendment to include a harm reduction definition was canceled. It seemed like they had 3 excused absence, and Chair Brian Jones-Chance unexpectedly just didn't show up without any information or word, which made the meeting have to cancel for lack of quorum. So now that will have to be delayed until the November meeting. But just wanted to update you all on the reason for that. I'm still waiting to hear back about some of my questions from my Freedom of Information Act request for the millage, the public safety and mental health millage. It's really, really unfortunate that we are stuck in this dynamic of us versus them that has been literally created and like supported and perpetuated by government action. And this is unfortunately not new. I agree, business operation plans don't usually include cleaning up feces from their property as part of their operation plans, but also people have nowhere where they could access public restrooms. I even sent a proposal of how you could do that with millage money for a low cost by allowing an incentivized public restroom access for businesses that want to opt in on that. That went, of course, nowhere, even though people say they really want to support, they really want to help. I see you guys jot notes down, one of the things that we're talking about. So can you please ask your finance director, Reagan, to please reach out to me and email me back along with some of the staff members from the city attorney's office that I've been trying to get more information, because it's absurd to me that we had over $800,000 in that public safety account. And then in a matter of a one decision, budget decision, day, 2 days, whatever it was, it went down to 500,000 or 300,000. Like, where did the rest of that money go? We have people in active crises, like people are saying. And again, that perpetuates this dynamic of us versus them when you, as government officials, have a responsibility. Why are you buying 3 new police cars? And to answer some people's commentary in the public when they're talking about, the COVID funds, blah, blah, blah. You know what's really interesting is that the government at that time, the elected officials at that time, what they decided to use the ARPA funds, the $2.1 million funds that they got from the state of Michigan, that got that from the federal government, they paid themselves back for loss of revenue. The city of Ypsilanti paid themselves back with $2.1 million for loss of revenue funds when that money was supposed to go to communities that were not only economically disadvantaged from COVID pandemics, but also communities of color that were drastically hit harder than white affluent communities. And yet our government officials decided to use it on loss of revenue, even though in the same finance report, in the same budget report, we say how it was so tragic that so many businesses lost their own funding and had to close down during the pandemic.
Okay, your time is up. And then you said there's one more hand.
We've got Mel.
Good evening.
Hi, I would like to voice my support for opposing the data center. The potential PFAS that would be released is very harmful to the environment, and I would not like that to be in my community. I'm not a fan of how much water is going to be used, and not a fan of the potential of what that technology is going to be used for. And Los Alamos cannot be the most trusted institution when it comes to how truthful they are about the implications of the data center and the environmental injustice that can occur. Just look at the Navajo Nation. I don't think they're the most trustworthy when it comes to how their projects can impact the environment, as well as what technology will be made there. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more hands on Zoom?
That is it.
All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment. Councilmember Simmons?
Yes, I'd like to just make a couple of quick responses to comment. One, to the things around public comment, I just want folks to know I have been hearing these comments, and also, so I put some thought into some different ways that we can update. I know that we had something that came to us, but just to note that my hope will be that we'll be able to talk about that at our next meeting. And I did have the chance to share it with Caduce and Jen, who both have been coming and talking about this on a regular basis. I also wanted to respond to a couple of things from Sarah Rowland. One is just to say that, I mean, for folks, if anybody is at Cross Street Village, would love to hear from anybody about those issues. I have not had anybody reach out to me about that. And so to say that I'm not listening to those concerns. I very much would. So I definitely will be inquiring even based on that, but it's also helpful to have more specific information. So to any residents, if Sarah wants to let them know my information, which I know she knows, then they can definitely reach out to me. The other thing I want to say just around the participatory budgeting, this idea that somehow I'm practicing cronyism, there is a process. Bringing forward information and knowledge that I have from my expertise in other spaces, which include looking at policies that are good for local and municipal governments. I will not apologize for. It's part of what I do. It's me bringing forward my research. If there were something where my paid work is going to be paid or something with the city, there is a process for that, a conflict of interest process that I would certainly follow. And so people can watch for that. Right now we're in information phase. The idea what the money can be used for can actually be varied and could include a lot of the very real issues that we have. That is my hope and my consideration about it, which is why I'm trying to create and expand knowledge both among my colleagues as well as the public, because nothing has to happen in secret. The idea to say this is around a popularity contest, that is what is called democracy. And I will forever and ever continue to push those principles.
Thank you. Any other comments before we move on? All right, well, we're gonna move into our presentation on participatory budgeting by Anita Dos Santos and Jane Durand. I think I said that correctly.
Yes. So sorry, give me just a second. Gotta find them. Here's Jane. I think I promoted her to a panelist. Is that, sorry, did I do that right, Andrew? Where'd she go? Did she just?
It hasn't gone off.
Ah, okay.
It's free. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, so many quotes. I'll put it on my lap.
She was here and I promoted her. Oh, she's in the panelist. There we go. Okay.
Yeah. And then it unmute.
Yeah. You there, Jane?
I am here. Yes. Hi. I was
hi.
waiting for Anita.
Okay.
Is she coming?
So let's see if I can. Yeah. I don't see Anita. Oh, there she is.
Oh, we did.
Okay, Anita.
Great. Thank you.
Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. I can go ahead and get started. Here's Anita. I'm going to ask her to share the slides.
I just sent a request. It just is not letting me, just letting you all know on the tech side.
Oh, it just popped up on the screen.
Good. Sorry, it's always something.
No worries. Okay, I think I'm able to share now. Yep.
Okay. Great.
Can you all see that screen?
Yes.
Great. Go ahead, Jane.
Okay, great. Thank you for having us. We're excited to be here today to talk about participatory budgeting. Before we begin, I'll just introduce myself. My name is Jane DeRoni. I use she, her pronouns. I am the development manager at the Participatory Budgeting Project, and I am joining you today from St. Louis, Missouri.
And my name is Anita Dos Santos. I'm the advocacy manager at the Participatory Budgeting Project. I share pronouns, and I am calling in from Queens, New York.
Hello, hello. I'm going to start by telling you a little bit about us. So the Participatory Budgeting project has been working on participatory budgeting in the United States for about 15 years. And our vision is to collaboratively transform democracy to center community power. And what that means, if Anita, you'll go to the next slide, we work with governments and nonprofit groups to educate them and build their capacity to run a participatory budgeting process. We advocate for participatory democracy, and we shape the field to value local lived experience and equity so that those who are closest to the problems are the ones who are creating solutions. So I want to start with a definition of what is participatory budgeting. First of all, it's a lot of syllables, so we call it PB for short. It is a democratic process where community members directly decide how to spend part of a public budget. And I think it's also important to know what participatory budgeting isn't. It is not, sorry, I lost my place. It's not a consultation where community members come and make suggestions to the real decision makers. And it's not a one-day event. It's an annual cycle of meetings and voting that gets incorporated into the existing budget process. So in essence, it's a way that real people can make real decisions about real money in ways that affect their lives. Every participatory budgeting process is different. It's tailored to the community where it's located and its own context. But there are 6 phases that most PB processes have in common. So Anita and I are gonna talk through those phases to give you an understanding of the process.
I'm going to kick us off. So after we identify a pot of funds for the process, we start by designing the process. And so we bring together a group of volunteers from the community that will be known as the steering committee. And so ideally, the steering committee is representative of the community because they're going to be making decisions that are going to be impacting the way that the process will run, which means they're going to be identifying goals for the process, decide things like who is eligible to vote, who can submit ideas, eligibility criteria for the projects that are submitted, and outreach strategies.
So once the process is designed, we open it up to the community to submit ideas for projects. So this is the idea collection phase. It can happen at in-person events, it can happen online. It usually happens as a combination of the two. So people get to submit their ideas to say, this is how I think this pot of money should be spent.
After all of the ideas are collected, we convene a new group of community members, and they're known as proposal developers. And so they take all of these ideas, which sometimes are as short as one sentence that somebody writes down on a piece of paper or types in online, and they develop them into concrete project proposals. And so they do things like they research needs in the community, the feasibility of the projects, and the projected impact that they will have, particularly as it relates to any goals that have been identified during the process. So they'll do research, they'll connect with community, they'll connect with any relevant community-based organizations, as well as any city agencies that might be involved in implementation. And they do all of this to ensure that everything that makes it onto the ballot can be implemented impactfully.
And then there's the vote. Once the proposal developers have put all of the ideas together onto the ballot, the community has the opportunity to vote. We tend to encourage cities and organizations that we work with to hold various voting events at places where the community already is, and to do focused outreach in areas that are harder to reach among people who might not otherwise be engaged. So it can happen in person and online as well.
And then finally, after all the votes are in, the winning projects are funded until the pot of money runs out. This sometimes is the most exciting part of PB because you get to see all your hard work pay off, and you know that your projects that you really were excited about will get funded.
The last step is evaluating the process. So we measure the success of the process based on the goals that were identified in the beginning by the steering committee. And then the lessons learned from the process get fed into the next cycle of the process. So those are the 6 cycles. I want to spend a little bit of time kind of going through it all once more, because I know it's a lot of information coming at you. To use a specific example, let's say that there is an alderman who has a discretionary fund of $50,000 and decides to let the community decide how to spend that money. So the steering committee would then come from residents of the ward who would come together and decide, for example, if one of their goals is to engage youth, they could decide that anyone over the age of 10 can participate in the process, submit ideas and vote, etc. Is someone else? Do I need to stop? Okay, I thought I heard someone trying to interrupt. So after the steering committee designs the process, that's the idea collection phase where the community will brainstorm ideas, especially if it's a process focused on youth. Maybe there would be an event at a school. For example, an idea that could be presented would be for a new playground. So if the idea for a new playground comes in, then at the next step, the proposal developers would look at the need for a new playground, so data about how many kids and families there are in the ward, how many parks there already are in the ward. And this is, it's best to have on the proposal developing committee people who actually live in the ward and who can, who have lived experience of the problems they're facing. So a city staffer might say, we don't need a new park in this neighborhood. There's a park right across the street. But a parent who lives in the neighborhood might say, actually, that's not sufficient. It's not close enough to me. It's across a busy street, whatever. So they would have unique insight on what the need is for the ideas that have come up. They would also talk about the feasibility. So they talk to the Parks Department, they talk to the Planning Department, they would research the cost of a playground. Do we have enough funds to do this, etc. So then there would be the vote. Events could take place anywhere that families and kids are, then the winning project would get funded. So if the park is selected, the park would be built in that neighborhood. And then someone, probably a staffer in the alderman's office, for example, would run an evaluation of the process and see how did it go, did we meet our goals, and how can we improve it for next time.
Wonderful. Thank you, Jane. So, you might be thinking to yourself, this is all very exciting, but how are we going to pay for it? And one of the responses to this question, how do we pay for this, is basically, if you can spend it, you can do PB with it. And what this means is that every budget is different. But the PB framework is flexible. And so because every budget is different, PB, it might not work the same for every PB process, but PB is versatile and we can be creative with how we adapt different budgets. I'm going to give you some examples of different sources of funding that has been used to fund PB around the US, but another key that I want you all to take away is that we don't necessarily need new funding to do PB. PB is a way for us to collaboratively make decisions with community about existing budget decisions that need to be made, right? So there are things, there are repairs that need to be made, right? There are all these different kind of priorities. PB is a way to include community in making those decisions that you all are already making. And so here are some examples. So city, county, state, and federal budgets are probably one of the most common examples that you'll see when you research PB in the United States. But we also have non-governmental sources like nonprofits and philanthropic foundations. This was in Jane's example. Some elected officials have done PB with discretionary funds. This is actually the way that PB was first brought into the US with in Chicago, with discretionary funds from the aldermen. Schools, school districts, and universities can also do PB with their budgets. Public agencies like a Department of Health, for example, can run a PB process with their part of their budget. And then finally, police and carceral budgets can also be used to invest in communities through PB. So I would like to show you a video, and I'm actually going to pause. I'm going to just make sure that I can share my sound. So I'm going to stop share really quickly and then do it again. And it looks like the settings are not letting me share sound. I wonder if this is something that somebody knows how to do a quick fix. If it's not a quick fix, we can move on, but I would love to show you this really short video because we're talking a lot about kind of the theory of how it works, but we think it's great when you can see PB actually happening. I wonder if anybody on the other end can let me know if you're able to allow me to share sound.
They're trying to work it out right now.
Okay.
Something should come up, become a co-host, and then you should be.
Should ask if you would like to become a co-host, and then you should be able to share.
Okay.
I sent it to.
To Anita.
Yeah, because I'm the one sharing.
You have to accept it, and then you should be able to do it.
I keep repeating this, so I don't know if they can hear you, but you have to accept it.
I can hear you.
Okay.
I just, it hasn't popped up for me yet, the invitation. Is it popping up for you, Jane, an invitation? Okay. Let me, maybe, yeah.
It says you have co-host permissions.
It does. I'm going to try one more time, and then if it doesn't work, yeah, I'm not seeing it as an option. Like I can see the checkbox, but it's grayed out for me so that I can't check the box. So I'm gonna move us along, and then maybe at the end I can try again if we have some more time. Maybe like the setting will take a while, but I'll also I can send this as a link to you all so you can take a look at it later. But since you can't watch the video, I think what I'll do is I'm just going to like play the first few seconds of it while I just kind of share with you a little bit of what you'll see. In this video, we have elected officials sharing a little bit about their experiences. And so this video features PB in Durham, North Carolina, in St. Louis. This is an alderman from St. Louis, as well as New York City. And elected officials talk about the ways that PB has allowed them to hear the voices of community members a little bit more clearly. As you can see, the visuals show people coming together, even with projects that don't necessarily win the final vote, right? Even just by seeing the ballot, these are ways that communities can make their priorities heard a little bit more clearly. And then for elected officials as well to see, okay, what's important to the community? We are discussing these items anyway. We are looking at these issues anyway. Let's look a little bit more specifically here because it's clear that this is where community is also looking. So I'll be sure to provide that video a little bit later, but I'm going to move us along.
Yep. I mean, we do have that in the packet since you all sent your presentation ahead. We have it in our packet, so we have the link right now.
Wonderful. I strongly encourage you to watch that video later. We also have a white paper that was published alongside that. It's on our website. Can also follow up and send that as a link as well. It's another great resource. But yeah, in this video, we just saw like a few different PB processes, but as you can see, PB is happening all over the country in various different settings, both on like the city level as well as state and housing projects and schools and all the good things. All right, so after learning a little bit about what PB is, I would like to share a few best practices that we've seen over the past few years of working with folks that have implemented PB that lead to processes that are more equitable and inclusive. So first, starting with money that matters for the communities that you want to engage, both in terms of source and amount. And so I think a great example of this is unincorporated King County in Washington State, for example. In 2020, they declared racism a public health crisis. And so for their PB process, they chose to use revenue from a marijuana tax to invest in 2 specific communities that were particularly impacted by those policies. And there is no minimum investment required to make PB happen. PB is a flexible framework. But we encourage you to choose a per capita or total amount that feels significant to your community. I think it's very much worth saying that we've seen school processes run successful processes with as little as $3,000, seen cities similar size to Ypsilanti, like Central Falls, Rhode Island, for example, 20,000 residents do PB with $50,000. I think they even did one with $10,000. And they've fluctuated their investment over time as they've been able to get new funding opportunities to do PB. Next, we want to make sure that our processes are led by the communities we want to engage. We want to value people's lived experiences, especially those traditionally excluded from democratic practices. And so having them guide the process through participation in the steering committee and vet projects as proposal developers is essential. Next, having an inclusive design that is inclusive and accessible, bringing the process to where people already are, holding meetings at convenient times and locations, food and childcare. This will also largely depend on your specific community. You'll have to hear from community about what does accessibility mean to them. Next, equity criteria is also something that can be used for to ensure that the projects that make it onto the ballot will directly benefit the communities with the greatest need. And then finally, even if you do all these other steps, we'll still need to make an extra effort to reach out to the communities that tend to not participate actively, because we want to have a PB process that's transformative and transformed by the participation. Next, I want to share some common challenges with you and the ways that we've seen them overcome. I think it's important to talk about this too, because it's part of trying something new. And so often the first challenge when trying something new is getting your stakeholders to buy into what you're trying to do. And I think for this, everyone is learning a new way to do democracy. This goes for your colleagues in city government, as well as the community members that we're trying to engage. And so one of the things that we recommend for pilot processes especially is a longer planning and design phase. This allows you to have enough time to communicate your plans for a PB with the relevant agency staff, community leaders, nonprofits, anybody who you believe that will have a significant contribution to make to the process. The next one is finding adequate time and resources, because the reality is that collaborative decision-making does take more time and resources than the usual way we make decisions. And I would say this rushing of a process can lead to community members feeling like their contributions were not significant enough, or like the process is a little bit incomplete. And the solution to this is to make a realistic timeline from the beginning that moves at a speed that allows the community to make contributions that are meaningful to them, that also has like flexibility within it. And then finally, managing expectations. Everyone, because it's new, as I mentioned, will come into this process with different ideas about what PB is based on their prior experiences with civic engagement, just like what they've heard about PB in the past, right? And so it's important to communicate clearly with all stakeholders about what PB is, how it works, what its role is in this moment, so that everybody knows what to expect from the process, right? PB is a tool to center community priorities. There are multiple steps to ensure that funding restrictions are respected, that laws are respected, right, and that community is fully involved.
So I'm going to talk a little bit about the impacts of participatory budgeting. We know a lot of these from our own experience, and also there's been a fair amount of research on PB, which I would be happy to share. But we do know that people who are engaged in a PB process are more likely to vote in regular elections, including people who are from underrepresented groups, which is something we like to brag about. We also know that people are more likely to engage in other ways if they've been part of a PB process. So they're more likely to go to a PTA meeting, contact an elected official, or even run for office themselves. We know that PB builds collaborations among community groups because they have a new way of interacting. And we know that funding allocated via a PB process allocates more funding to low-income communities than through a typical budgeting process. And lastly, participants who engage in a PB process learn about public finances, they learn about the hard choices elected officials have to make, and it just generally increases trust between government and the community. So I would be happy to share more impacts or citations for any of these, but at this point, I will just refer you to our website, participatorybudgeting.org. There are a lot of resources there, and of course, you'll have our emails as well. We would love to answer your questions, but at this point, I will turn it over to you to see if there are any questions from you.
All right, thank you so much. I'll open the floor for questions. Councilmember McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to the presenters. A couple of questions. One, looking at the little dots on your map, it looks like maybe you've done something in Detroit or the Detroit area. I wonder if you could share what that community is, and I'd love to get a contact from that community, whichever one it is. And secondly, I wonder if you could talk briefly about how the voting process works once you've selected the projects. How do you do that? It sounds like it has the potential to be cumbersome, maybe even controversial, if not done well.
Sure. I'll tackle your voting question first. So voting can happen online and in person. We recommend doing both because that gets the largest reach. When it comes to online voting, there are a few different platforms that are specifically created to do PB voting. And there are also a few different methods of voting, and I won't be able to rattle all of them off, but there are some where voters can check off every project that they're a fan of. There are some where voters look at the total amount available and can vote up to for as many projects as would fit into that budget. There's also ranked choice voting, and there are probably like 6 more that I just can't remember right now. So there are a few different methods. There are some that I think are considered a little bit more best practice than others, and I can share more information about that later as well if there is interest. And then in terms of in-person events, we recommend running events that are interesting to the community so that they're encouraged to come out, as well as holding voting over the course of a few weeks, like maybe 4 weeks or so. And so this is about really bringing, in regular elections, people have to go out to the polls to vote, but we recommend bringing the vote to the people. And so you can set up a table with some paper ballots and next to a school where parents are already going to be passing by. If, like in Jane's example, anybody older than the age of 10 can vote, kids coming home from school can pass by and they can cast their vote. And then the steering committee is the one that will make decisions about who can vote, right? And so that will be a decision that's specific to each community. So I hope that answers your question, but happy to answer any follow-ups. And then in terms of Detroit, I don't know too many specifics about the process that they did run, but I know that they're currently in the process of advocating for new allocations for PB. I think they're advocating for around $1.5 million, and it's on I think it's on the agenda for next budget cycle, and so they're in advocacy right now for that.
I'll also mention that I know that there was a process in Grand Rapids within the last several years. Those are the Michigan ones that I know about.
Yes, and Grand Rapids used COVID relief funding, ARPA funding, to fund their process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions from council? Councilmember Simmons?
Yes, thank you for the presentation, y'all. This isn't so much of a question, more of a comment. One of the things that, as I've been thinking about, I know over the years I've mentioned this in the past, and thinking about like what might be possible in terms of funding possibilities. So I just wanted to let everybody in terms of like where I'm thinking now. But, when we voted to allocate the funding for the mental health and public safety funds to go into kind of more specifics of how that could be used, that was one of the areas that I thought, oh, this could be a really great space for PB, especially because it's already coming from a millage that had a lot of public, obviously participation in a vote into it. And then also thinking about the range of things that people would like to see funded. And then that also gives a specific space that is, we have specific allocations within that. And so just so folks know, that's something that I've been thinking about in terms of what could possibly be used for this. So anyway, I just wanted to put that forward.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. It was great. So the voting procedure, right, one of the things I was concerned about is like, what is the security in that, right? And so this is a community event, but is this like, does the clerk have to be involved in this in terms of that? If we're extending this to lots of other people, I could see a potential for abuse. And I wonder if that has happened in other communities.
That's a great question. One of the ways I've seen cities approach the security question is through the use of in online voting, having folks register with a phone number. And so one vote per phone number. And I think most people have one cell phone number. And so I think the idea is that it would be one vote per person online. In person, I think there's a little bit less. I do think there are some cities that may require ID, though I can't name any specifically right now. There are some processes that have also used, like in a school, for example, they've used like actual voting machines that you would use in like regular elections to make the students feel like it was a little bit more official. And so students go and they register and they say, okay, I voted, just like we do in a regular election. And so those are some ways that we've seen. This concern is like very valid though, and this would be resolved when the steering committee met, right? And so if there is a city law that says this needs to happen in every city process, right? This like fill in the blank. The steering committee would take that into their discussions and include that in a guidebook that they publish at the end of their meetings that will guide the process. And so the framework is flexible in that it can adapt to different restrictions in different cities.
And more, thank you for that. In our city, we have some confusion as to where folks actually reside. There's Ypsi City, there's Ypsi Township, there's the Ypsi School District, which is different than that, and then there's people with Ypsi mailing addresses, which is even larger than that. And so, yeah, I think we'd have to be very clear about how we conduct that voting to make sure we get input from our residents. The other thing is in terms of the steering committee. The steering committee is convened, and the process for doing that is that typically renewed on an annual basis? Is that ad hoc for projects, or how does that work in other communities?
Yeah, typically the steering committee would be reconvened on an annual basis. The pilot steering committee will probably have the hardest time because they're going to be creating the guidebook from scratch. The guidebook is what's going to have like the timeline, who can vote, how, who can submit project ideas, what kind of project ideas can we have, right? They're going to be creating it from scratch. I think a second year steering committee would have a lot of it already. A lot of it might not change from year to year because it's the same city. But ideally they would be revisiting and be recreating. And I think getting new people in is always best because we get new great ideas.
It seems like this would also fall into a city commission. So, you know, the seating of the pilot committee would have to be by some process. And, you know, if it's going to be a standing committee, it seems like that's becomes just another commission in terms of how people have accountability to the city. Is that true in other cities?
This is another area where different cities have different restrictions about like the types of meetings that are allowed to have, like how notes need to be made public, you know, all these kind of things. It really will depend on different cities. And so if there are laws in Ypsilanti about how people need to be recruited or how things need to be published, I think those can certainly be incorporated. What we recommend in terms of like a recruitment practice is that folks that are on the steering committee are representative of the community, right? And so they are people who are impacted by the issues that this process is trying to target. There are people who perhaps are not typically participating, right? Because those are the people that we want to reach. And so recruitment can happen with like nonprofit organizations, trusted messengers within the community. But then it really is up to the city to make decisions about the administrative aspects of how the steering committee will come together.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Further, Councilmember Fellows.
Just a comment really that I don't know much about this besides just very quick trainings I've heard before. So I appreciate the presentation. And I like the idea of, you know, folks that are not typically part of the enfranchised community. So, you know, residents that are under 18 or permanent residents that are not electors because they're not US citizens being a part of decision making in their own community. So thank you.
Thank you. Further comments or questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem?
Just some further comment to piggyback on what Desiree had said. I had written down mental health with millage would be an opportunity to do this, so we go forward with it.
Thank you. Any additional comment? All right. Thank you all so much for being here.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right. Okay. All right, we have two proclamations. The first proclamation honoring the life and legacy of Gerald Jerry Kreiner. Whereas Gerald Jerry Kreiner was born August 18th, 1974, and passed away on September 23rd, 2025. And whereas his life, though tragically brief, was marked by profound love, devotion, creativity, and community spirit. And whereas Jerry served as co-owner and project manager of the Mixed Studios in Ypsilanti, fostering artistic expression and providing a space for collaboration and creativity. And whereas he was a devoted husband to Sarah and a loving father to his daughters Amelia and Essence, always placing family at the center of his life. And whereas Jerry's warmth, laughter, kindness, and generosity touched the lives of all who knew him, creating lasting friendships, mentorships, and inspiration. And whereas he faced his final months with courage and grace, even as he battled a sudden diagnosis of pancreatic cancer. And whereas the community of Ypsilanti and beyond mourns his loss while celebrating his life and wishes to honor his legacy of compassion, art, family, and connection. Now, therefore, I, Nicole Brown, Mayor, on behalf of the City of Ypsilanti, do hereby call upon all citizens to join in celebrating Jerry's life, his laughter, his work, and his love for the community. Be it further proclaimed that we further encourage citizens to offer comfort and support to his family, donate to a cause in his name, or otherwise carry forward Jerry's legacy by building connections, supporting artists, and caring for one another. Given under my hand and seal of the City of Ypsilanti, October 21st, 2025, Nicole Brown, Mayor. I'll say, I wanted to make sure we brought forward a proclamation in Jerry's honor. Today, though his celebration of life happened over the weekend, this proclamation was prepared prior to that and presented to his family and friends on Saturday. What this proclamation didn't say, because we also provided one from the DDA, was that he was a DDA board member and so served, the city as well in trying to build, support, sustain our business community, as well as his support for the community at large. I had a great relationship with Jerry. He was very engaged, always willing to listen and provide feedback. It didn't really matter if he agreed or didn't agree. He wanted to have a conversation about it. And I love that about him. And his swift departure from the DDA was alarming. And so when we found out, what had happened, it was a gut punch for many, many, many folks. And so I'm keeping his family lifted and sending, all the love and good energy I can to everyone who's been impacted by his loss. I'll open the floor if anyone else has anything they'd like to say. Councilmember Simmons?
Thank you. Thank you for the proclamation. And I know I know many people have been having this on their thoughts. I had some folks reach out to me, some of the trainers reach out and that they were interested in this. And I know the DDA also was interested too. So glad that they had a proclamation as well. And folks are interested in maybe even having a day for folks to do something in the community in his remembrance. And so that might be something else that we'll share once they have some things shared or prepared around that. And yeah, just echoing all the thoughts, both as with this business being located, well, the original space being located in Ward 3, although there's now a second space that's in Ward 1, and also being a member of the mix. So just knowing how it's touched so many people in the community.
Thank you. Any other comments before I move on? All right, thank you all. And then we have another proclamation declaring November as Family Court Awareness Month. So whereas the mission of the Family Court Awareness Month Committee is to increase the awareness on the importance of a family court system that prioritizes child safety and acts in the best interest of children. Whereas the mission at the FCAMC is fueled by the desire to create awareness and change in the family court system for the conservatively estimated 58,000 children a year ordered into unsupervised contact with abusive parents, while honoring the hundreds of children who have been reported as murdered due to being court-ordered into visitation with a dangerous parent. And whereas the mission of the FCAMC is to increase awareness on the importance of empirically based education and training on domestic violence and child abuse, including emotional, psychological, physical, and sexual abuse, as well as childhood trauma, coercive control, and post-separation abuse for judges and all professionals working on cases within the family court system. And whereas the mission of the FCAMC is to increase awareness on the importance of using scientifically valid, evidence-based treatment programs and services that are proven in terms of safety, effectiveness, and therapeutic value. And whereas the mission at the FCAMC is to educate judges and other family court professionals utilizing scientifically sound, evidence-based peer-reviewed research. Such research is a critical component to making decisions that are truly in the best interest of children. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Nicole Brown, along with Council Member Michelle King and the entire Ypsilanti City Council, do hereby declare the month of November to be Family Court Awareness Month and encourage all residents to support their local community's efforts to prevent the harm of children in the hands of family members and to honor and value the lives of children as a whole. Given under my hand and seal of the City of Ypsilanti, October 21st, 2025. Any comments there? I mean, I feel like this said everything. I know, I'm gonna put Councilmember King on the spot. I'm sorry, but I just read the proclamation about Family Court Awareness Month. I didn't know if you had anything you wanted to share. I'm sorry. I was trying to okay. Yeah. Okay. All right, thank you. Okay. Then we will move into the reading of our ordinances. Councilmember Tucson, you have ordinance number 1454.
First try.
You do. Resolution 209 or 208. One of them.
I'm sorry, resolution number 2025-208, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, where the city has an interest in protecting the health, safety, and welfare of the community, and whereas the city has a master plan that reflects the policy goals of the city, including the guiding values that everyone in the region knows Ypsilanti has great things to do in great places that are in a great shape, and Ypsilanti is a great place to do business, especially the green and creative kind. And whereas the applicant, Steve Wyszynski, intends to enhance city's creative economy, and whereas the Planning Commission recommends the City Council approve the adaptive reuse planned unit development for the site known as 908 North Congress, with the property's legal description in the attached ordinance, and now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council adopt the ordinance entitled Adaptive Reuse Planned Unit Development, Wood and Watt Project with conditions as recommended in the request for legislation memo, first reading, and I so move. Support.
Moved by Councilmember Tucson, supported by Councilmember McLean.
Council is.
Yes, so planner, Josh Burns is here, but remotely.
Oh, on Zoom, okay.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I apologize. I am currently in Kalamazoo for the MAP conference. So I'll go ahead and introduce the project. Steve Wyszynski, he is proposing to occupy an existing building with a total of 2,456 square feet at 908 North Congress. In addition to occupying the building, he also proposes to screening from the adjacent land uses, new landscaping and facade improvements. The parcel is 0.065 acres or 2,800 square feet, and it is an interior lot that's located northwest of the North Congress and Summit Street intersection. The property is presently zoned core neighborhood mid and does not permit craft manufacturing or retail, but the applicant did submit the adaptive reuse PUD to get approval for the use. Moving on to the history, previously the property was used as a liquor store back in 2004, and then later the city council would approve an adaptive reuse PUD in 2015 for the Little Bird Cafe. Ultimately, the applicant failed to diligently complete the project, leading to the expiration of the approval and building permits. And so that project has since ceased, and the owner of the building sold it to Steve, where now he is proposing the craft manufacturing and retail. Notably, as part of this application, there are no departures that are requested from the applicant. Regarding the surrounding land uses, they are primarily residential. To the north, there's a duplex. To the east, there's a fourplex. And then to the south and west, there are single-family homes. Regarding the plan unit development requirements and items to address, there were a couple of things that were discussed and could potentially be considered, and that was requiring full screening of the proposed use from all conflicting land uses. That would be in compliance with section 122-634, which establishes regulations for screening between conflicting land uses. And in this case, this would be, the craft manufacturing and retail being adjacent to residential. And then the other one is that the applicant shall repair and or replace all pavement material in poor condition. For the site plan items to address, the planning commission did end up waiving or recommending a waiver of 20% of the parking requirements to permit the removal of an additional parking space. They also requested that that a bike rack be installed to accommodate up to 2 bikes. And again, also repair and or replace all pavement material in poor condition. Regarding the master plan considerations, the application complies with easily walk, bike, drive, or take transit from anywhere. The property has fantastic access to public transportation, with the bus stop being 280 feet from the site. It also has adequate access to sidewalks, making it easy to walk to. If the other master plan consideration is Ypsilanti is a great place to do business. The allowance of this use activates a vacant building. Additionally, this use enhances the city's creative economy. The other master plan consideration is everyone in the region knows Ypsilanti has great things to do and great places that are in great shape. The proposal will improve the visual appearance of the site, enriching the character of the surrounding neighborhood. And then the final master plan consideration is that Ypsilanti is sustainable. The activation of this vacant space encourages the reuse of an empty building, preserving the building's embodied energy. So regarding the Planning Commission's recommendation that is included in the packet, they are recommending approval to the City Council. And so with that, I believe Steve is present at the meeting, either in person or on Zoom. So, I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'm sure that he would also be happy to answer any questions for you all.
Thank you, Josh. Yep. Yeah, he's here. Did you all want to open the public hearing before we have them come before us? If you're okay with that?
Sure.
All right, 1 second. If there's anyone in the audience who would like to address council on this topic, please raise your hand. Please come. If you could state your name for the record.
Yes, my name's Daryl Hawley. I live in 1111 Pearl Street, just 2 blocks away from the proposed building. Just a couple of comments. I've been in the neighborhood just shy of 25 years, and I remember when that was a little red store, and that was back in 2004. So we're looking at 21 years of that thing doing nothing. So now there's been this period where there's been a period of hope that we were going to have this little cafe show up. It was going to be great. Things didn't work out. Car running through the side of a building, which has since been repaired. Resources are slim. All right, so we're kind of starting at ground zero again. So the lot continues to be vacant. What I want to do here is, right now, Steve has a plan, like including architects and all. He's even building a little community, not for people showing up. We met there last night just to say, hey, look at the possibilities. And it's going to be it's going to be a place where people can come in the neighborhood. They can buy crafts. They can actually potentially sell crafts, if I understand Steve's plan correctly. And this is it just feels like the right thing for our neighborhood. And in fact, it's going to turn an eyesore into something that we can all be proud of. That's it. So my ask of council, I would really like to see this pass. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to address council on this topic? Is there anyone on Zoom?
Sorry, just a sec.
Okay.
No one with their hands up.
Matusin, can you please close the public hearing?
Yes, resolution number 2025-209, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that the public hearing to consider an ordinance titled Adaptive Reuse Plan Unit Development Wood and Watt Project be officially closed, and I so move.
By Councilman Matusin, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. All in favor of closing the public hearing, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, now you can come if you'd like to come. Okay. All right. Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for having me this evening. Appreciate it.
And if there's anything you want to share before we start asking you questions, feel free.
I don't want to waste too much of your time. I think the information was in the application, so I'm happy to answer any questions, any concerns, any comments that you guys will have.
Councilmember McLean and Councilmember Fellows, I saw those hands first.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you.
I echo the comments of my friend and neighbor, Mr. Hawley, that we've been waiting for this for about 20 years or longer. And I think it's a creative way to use a building that always has had potential and has not lived up to that potential for the last few decades. So I hope that you're not wasting our time at all. I do hope that you'll at least briefly share a little bit of your vision and what you see going forward in this space.
Yeah, so you know, woodworking is a passion of mine. I'm currently a CPA, and I'm looking to go to the next step in my career over these next couple of years. And this building is a half mile. I'm in the neighborhood as well. It's a half mile away from my house, and was kind of just the right place, the right time. I've been looking for a long time to have a building with an older building with some character, that I could breathe some life into and really make a difference, both in what I do, but also in the community that it represents as well. I'm a CPA by trade, and this is a creative thing. And so it's, you know, the other side of my brain. So I love dealing in that and being part of the community. And like Daryl said, part of the Ypsilanti woodworking group that we have. And so I want to be able to give them a place both to come as well as to be able to sell their stuff and build relationships with other makers in the area so they can sell it there as well. And with a longer term goal over the next few years to be able to build community programs where people can come and learn the art of woodworking, which I really enjoy. So that's the idea.
Thank you. All right, fellows.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. I have a question for you, and I have some questions for Josh, our city planner. So the question for you really is, if you would be open, if you'd be down for putting a bench in front of the building, since there's some frontage there, and it's you hope for it to be a community space. So I think it'd be nice to potentially do that.
Yeah, my idea that I'm working on right now is to have a table with some chairs in the front there, as well as the bike rack to promote like people being able to meet there, and also for me to be able to sit out there and be a part of the community. It's also been interesting, even the times that I've been there now, the people coming by and seeing that I'm there and working on something, and what are you doing? You know, and already getting people in the community coming and having and showing interest as well. So yeah.
So like a picnic table, is that what you're thinking? Or
It was a round 4-foot table.
okay. Cool.
That's what I've been thinking, but I'm certainly open to suggestions.
Great. And then Josh, if I could ask you a couple questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of them was just, since there's no departures, is the PUD just because it's the residential zoning?
It's because of the use that's proposed itself. Basically, you know, when we go about like the like applying the PUD agreement and whatnot, the city is, you know, agreeing with the developer that this is what will be happening at the use, or like as, you know, part of this use. So yeah.
Okay, great. And then my other question is about how long does it take for the PUD permits to expire? Because, you know, the last proposal was in 2015 for a neighborhood cafe, and I remember it because I lived in Normal Park on North Congress Street in 2015, and I was very hopeful for the cafe, and it's been 15 or 10 years since then. And so, as the person who gave public input said, you know, this is kind of a long vacancy for this site. So if for some reason this didn't work out, how would how does expiration work, and how can we bring it back to use?
Yeah, so the PUD itself, once you register a PUD with the county, it's technically approved indefinitely. However, there is an exception for the site plan, because as part of the PUD application, we are approving a site plan, and it does state in the ordinance that if no building permits are pulled within a year of site plan approval, then the site plan will be deemed expired. But there's also the other caveat where, let's say, you know, building permits are actually pulled after approval. If the developer does not actually diligently pursue work after pulling a permit for a period of 2 years, which we can determine by seeing if there were any inspections done or any additional permits pulled, you know, within a period of 2 years, then the site plan approval expires, and then that's when they would have to be brought back to the drawing board.
3 years?
Wait, did you hear me?
Yes. Did you hear Councilmember Fellows ask, what did you say, 3 years?
Oh, no, it's 2 years if you pull a building permit and then you don't diligently pursue work, it's 1 year if you get approval, but then don't pull any permits.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Fells, can I follow up to that? So my intention, and I've been meeting with some general contractors, is to start renovating January, February. Actually getting a little pushed back a little bit because I didn't realize that the voting wasn't until next month for you guys. So it's probably going to be February when it would start the renovation work. It's the anticipation.
Councilmember Simmons.
Thank you. So that gets at one of my questions. So, just in terms of obviously for a building that's been vacant for that long, that there's sure to be lots of different issues. And so I wanted to ask like how comfortable you feel, how confident you feel based on the conditions of the space that you will be able to see it through.
What I will say with the current / prior, soon to be prior owner, she did spend quite a bit of time really working on the foundational part of the building. There are still some issues regarding some water, not standing water in the basement, but the humidity and that kind of stuff that I've got to work through. But foundationally, there's not a lot. And so it's really in a good state of kind of just bare walls and a bare floor. So it's a matter of building that out. It's really, and the exterior, redoing the concrete and the facade as well. So that's the extent of it. And I feel very comfortable with my ability to be able to get this thing completed within a reasonable amount of time too.
Great. And then another question I have is just around, you were naming that this is kind of a passion project, right? And so I'm just wondering in terms of what you imagine like open hours would be like, is it something that it would be other people besides you who would be in space? Would it only be open depending on when you're kind of available or?
So it'll be a transition over the next couple of years. And so in the interim, it'll be by appointment as well. I don't envision this, particularly in the beginning, to be like a destination place that people are going to walk by and want to come in. It's going to be furniture pieces. Some will be custom made. I'm going to be building inventory and stuff, so it'll take a little time. So in the initial part, it'll be more of by appointment during, appointment hours 9 to 5, but generally by appointment. And then probably in a year, I would say, from opening, then probably have more regular hours. Most of the time it'd be with me. I haven't really thought, it'll depend on how interruptive it is, if I have to hire somebody to man the retail space as well. The idea isn't a production place where I'm making a bunch of tchotchkes or something. It's going to be something that's a little more, little lower key than that. But I would be there. But if it does become something that's a little more busy, then hiring somebody to man the retail space would be the next logical step in that.
No, thanks for that. I guess I was kind of asking, I mean, obviously it looking nicer is nice, but obviously people were talking about it feeling like a used space. So that's where that question's
Yes,
coming
and
from.
the plan is that it will be used on a regular basis.
And then the one question I have is just one of the things that was named in here was that there was like noise testing of like in the space, like what was that like? And
so one of the things that Josh brought up as a concern was possible noise, because while it is going to be retail, there's also going to be a production element where I'm creating the products there. So there's a couple of things. My wife had a wonderful idea where we went down there and brought my circular saw down there and fired it up inside. And she was outside with a decibel meter to check around. And what we found was on the brick side, the thing is 3/4 brick, and then the front facade is white holy wood. But what we found with the brick side, that you actually couldn't hear, and there was no discernible change in the decibel levels when I had the saw running as to when it wasn't. The traffic outside was much louder. So we went around testing around the building to see where that's obviously on the brick side. We also went to the front and found that the loudest place is when I was standing on there's a garage and it has a garage door. I was standing on one side of the garage door, she was on the other side. And I fired the thing up and it got to the sound of a vacuum cleaner level. We still found the traffic was louder than that. The other part of it too is, I use this as an example. I have a product that is a floor lamp that probably took me between 50 and 60 hours to build. And I would estimate the tool time, running table saw or something, was about 20 minutes, 20, 30 minutes of that entire time. There's a lot more handwork done in what I do than running a bunch of power tools all the time. And so those were kind of my considerations of when it comes to the noise concern.
That's it for me. You did a lot of good testing ahead of time. Appreciate that. Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this forward. It has been empty a long time, and the business that was in there before that was frequented by lots of people in the community, but mostly for ice cream bars, those kinds of things. And I saw your presentation of the Planning Commission, and that I appreciate the sound monitoring, because there was a person that showed up, a neighbor, and was concerned about the sound, the traffic, and screening. And it seems like all of that has been addressed in the site plan. I look forward to this. I mean, I think that building has been sitting for quite a while, and it wasn't in great shape when it was being used the first time. So I appreciate the effort you make. Thank you.
Any further comments or discussion from council? Thank you so much. And seeing none, Clerk Boudreaux, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Ordinance 1454 passes on first reading.
Reading. Thank you so much. Councilmember McLean, you have ordinance 1455, resolution 210.
Resolution 210, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the city has an interest in protecting the health, safety, and welfare of the community, and whereas in reviewing the request, the City Council has considered the city's master plan, zoning ordinance, and applicable review standards for rezonings, as well as the voluntary conditions offered by the applicant. And whereas the City Council finds that the proposed conditional rezoning is not consistent with the master plan city framework designation for the property and the surrounding area. And whereas the City Council further finds that the request does not meet 7 of the 11 standards of approval for rezonings under section 122-632C. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Ypsilanti hereby denies the request for a conditional rezoning of 487 Owendale from single-family residential R1 to neighborhood corridor NC. I so move.
Support.
Moved by Councilmember McLean, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. Hello again, Josh.
Hello. So I'll go through, introducing the project and then going through a little bit of the history. So basically, Musa Enterprise LLC is proposing a conditional rezoning for a lot at 487 Owendale. The property is 0.138 acres or 6,011 square feet. It's presently zoned R1, which is a single-family residential zoning district, and they wish to rezone the parcel to NC or the neighborhood corridor. They would like to do this in order to expand the parking lot that would be accessory to the gas station and vehicle repair shop used at 1465 Washtenaw. In addition to the parking lot expansion, they're also proposing to install EV charging stations. Presently, 487 Owendale is vacant except for a non-conforming accessory structure, which is the garage. Additionally, the arborvitaes nearly wrap around the entirety of the lot line, creating a substantial visual barrier between the property and public view. Regarding the history, there is a very long history that the city has with this property and in regards to this rezoning. Ultimately, back in 2002, Musa Enterprises, they acquired the existing filling station and auto repair shop at 1465 Washtenaw. In addition to that acquisition, they reached out to the planning department because they wanted to use the property to the south, that being 487 Owendale, as part of their property. Ultimately, after discussions with the planning department, they were informed that they cannot use 487 Owendale commercially as it was zoned R1. And that eventually led to a lawsuit where we would end up with a court-ordered site plan for the two properties in 2006. It is important to note that the present court-ordered site plan does not comply with current zoning standards or previous zoning standards. In 2009, the applicant did request to rezone this property from R1 to B2, which was the community business zoning district at the time, and is also similar to the NC zoning district. That rezoning request was denied because it was not supported by the master plan and the proposed land use was not compatible with the neighboring uses. Later in 2021, the applicant applied again to rezone 487 Owendale, but ultimately the city planner at the time, Andy, recommended denial of the Planning Commission for similar reasons of the 2009 denial, and Musa Enterprises withdrew their application before the Planning Commission could review and decide on that application. Regarding the applicant's proposed conditions, that is included in the packet, where you'll see the 10 voluntary conditions that are proposed. You know, there were ultimately a few comments that I had regarding these proposed conditions, one of which was in regards to the language in condition 2 and 3, where 1465 Washtenaw currently anchors a non-conforming use, because while a filling station is permitted as a special land use in the neighborhood corridor zoning district, and an auto repair shop is permitted in the neighborhood corridor zoning district, the two uses combined are not permitted, which is what makes 1465 Washtenaw non-conforming. The language proposed in condition 2 ultimately negates the non-conforming regulations regarding abandonment established in 122.348. And then condition 3 also negates it negates that part of the section or that ordinance as well, where non-conformities are not permitted to expand beyond the property line, and this would be doing exactly that. Regarding condition 4, ultimately any expansion of parking spaces is going to require the minimum number of ADA parking spaces, which is required by federal law, and so this condition is ultimately just a requirement to begin with and isn't a voluntary condition. Condition 5 states that any subsequent site plan submitted shall be integrated or shall include the integration of green space. However, the zoning ordinance would require green space to begin with, and so again, that condition is not voluntary, it's a requirement. Finally, there's I already talked about the expansion. Moving on to the surrounding land uses, to the north, you have the auto repair and gas station. To the east, south, and west, you have single-family housing. Regarding the city zoning, the zoning map and also the city framework map, which is a substitute for the future land use map, 487 Owendale is presently zoned R1, and within the city framework map, it is listed as an outlying neighborhood, whereas 1465 Washtenaw is listed as a corridor. When you look at how the city framework map establishes what the outlying neighborhoods are and then what the neighborhood corridors are, you'll see that the outlying neighborhoods are it's defined as they were built in the middle or later part of the 20th century and were designed as areas for single type of housing, either single family or multifamily. These neighborhoods are adjacent to corridors, but the street network is designed to carry traffic into the neighborhood, not through it. Any non-residential uses other than schools or parks are located at the edge, not embedded within the adopted master plan. And then regarding conversion of the subject property to neighborhood corridor would directly conflict with the intention of the city framework map. And as stated above, the outlying neighborhoods are adjacent to major transportation corridors, such as Washtenaw Avenue. Yeah, so regarding the rezoning implications, the R1 district allows for the lowest intensity residential uses, which include, single family detached dwellings and two-family dwellings, but only if they're on corner lots, parks, community gardens, etc. The zoning ordinance states that the district is designed to provide an environment of predominantly low-density, single-family detached dwellings, along with related facilities such as schools or religious institutions. Neighborhood corridor, on the other hand, it allows for low to mid-intensity commercial uses, and the ordinance states that these have a linear land pattern and are adjacent to residential neighborhoods. Okay. Again, I mentioned earlier section 122-348, which discusses non-conforming use of land. Ultimately, a non-conforming use of land, which 416 or 1465 Washtenaw is not allowed to be expanded. And so there's already the issue with that section of the ordinance as well. Regarding sorry. Regarding the Planning Commission's recommendation, they are ultimately recommending denial of the application because the application simply does not comply with the master plan or the zoning ordinance. And so, yeah, if you guys have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
We will open the public hearing first and then come back for questions. So if there's anyone in the audience who would like to address council on this topic, please raise your hand. Is there anyone on Zoom? Yeah.
No one with their hand up.
Councilmember McLean, can you please close the public hearing?
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that the public hearing to consider an ordinance titled Conditional Rezoning 487 Owendale be officially closed. I so move.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilmember McLean, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxon. All in favor of closing the public hearing?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, discussion, questions?
Don't have anybody here for the applicant?
I don't think so.
Online, is Musa online?
Musa?
Adam Musa or Mohammed?
No.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem?
I just want to speak to this. This went through a couple passes with the Planning Commission, and in the most recent phase, they rejected it again. There's been a history of rejecting this use. The owner purchased purchased the property knowing that it could not be used for what they were doing, what they had proposed. And since that time, this facility has been a point of contention for the neighbors that live on that street. There's no parking on the street because of the overload already. New residents are trying to figure out why there's no parking. Well, there's a history to that. Having said that, there's been a court order. There have been reported non-compliances with that court order. They do use the property. It is a grass lot with a garage at the back for parking already. You can see it because there's tire tracks all over it. It's just like, and so in the proposal, it's talking about how they would have to, they could only park on parking lot and would only occasionally go on the grass. Well, they've already been doing that since they, for quite some time. I've had lots of complaints from neighbors in terms of the amount of traffic, where the cars are placed, the basic noise and things like that. They took out some of the trees previously. So there's been a lot of complaints about this facility, and people who use their services love it. You know, and people who get their cars fixed there think it's a great thing. People who live by it don't agree. So there's that mixed feelings about this, but it has been a problem for a while. You know, Josh went into it briefly, but there's, you know, it's all in the packet. So for that reason, you know, I met with Adam Musa a couple months ago, and you know, kind of gave him a history of what the neighborhood viewpoint was, and looked at different ways to address achieving their goals. It seems like they didn't take the one that I gave to them. That would have been more likely. But with this, you know, they've mounted this campaign to change this, and with the notion that there would be charging for electric vehicles, and the billboards and things for this have described it differently. At first, it said it was downtown, which it's not, and then it said it was on campus, which it is not. And so, the question of who's going to be using those charging, and so a lot of the public comment that they got from their own survey really likes that. But the real question is, well, who's actually going to be parking there long enough to charge their car for the businesses that are around there? And if people are going to park there and walk to EMU, that doesn't seem likely, and people aren't likely to park there and ride the bus downtown and go back and get their car. So I don't know what that looks like. There was some commentary in the Planning Commission on, you know, whether that's a greenwashing effect or not. I'll just leave that there. But you know, I've had enough complaints over this over the years with them not complying with the court order that I will not vote for this.
Councilmember Fellows?
Yeah, I had some questions for the city planner. One was just a process question. Since the planning commission already voted to turn this down, does we still have to approve or deny it?
Yeah,
So
correct.
okay. And then the other questions are more about like, I hear what you're saying, Pro Tem. I also know that is a very active business. We don't have very many auto mechanics in the city of Ypsi, and I am very familiar with that spot, and it's like always crammed with cars because they're always working on cars, and they're, you know, fitting in cars and in that lot that they use in incredible ways. That is kind of like I understand why you know, there is an issue here. And so, you know, because it's being actively used, one of the only times I would be interested in expanding, like, and this is to be clear, it's a very small parcel. Expanding a parking lot would be for you know, a situation where there's like an incredible use and a service being provided. I think the other thing I just want to uplift this is we don't have EV charging stations in the city of Ypsi at this point, so it's not lost on me that, you know, it can be, I don't know, characterized as greenwashing, but really we don't have this available at all, and there's definitely people that use EV. And maybe the last thing is that I know that this is like a Palestinian American owned business, and so I want to uplift Palestinian American community that is here in Ypsilanti. And I, you know, seeing that this has been a contentious issue for more than 20 years, since 2002, they have, you know, requested rezonings, it seems. I'm wondering if staff, if Josh, you could work with the applicant to see if there could be a different solution, like a zoning variance or a PUD, and if that's been explored at all, because I would be more supportive of a variance than a whole rezoning, which we know that anyone after getting rezoning can just sell it off to a developer for much higher value. So I'm not for rezonings in general. So that's my question, is about working with them to find a different solution. And my last comment is that I understand our master plan, it has a lot of R1, which is single family home zonings, but in general, our housing market is under a lot of pressure, and we probably ought to start moving away from R1 zoning in general. So I don't find the R1 zoning to be compelling to preserve as our, bottom line for everything.
Yes, so I can first start off with working through the different options. We have discussed numerous options with the property owner. Ultimately, they can't do a PUD because a PUD is not permitted for the R1 zoning district. So that already negates the possibility of pursuing that. Additionally, they would not be able to pursue a variance for expanding a non-conforming use because they would have to meet each of the 6 standards of a variance, which they just simply would not meet, especially because in many ways, well, I mean, when you look at each of the standards, you won't be able to ultimately argue that they meet all of them for a variance to be granted. Additionally, or in regards to the master plan's designation, as the property being an outlying neighborhood and the property being zoned R1, I don't particularly obviously right now the master plan designates it as a single family home or a property that is primarily zoned for a single family home. But at the same time, we are going to be pursuing our master plan update. And so there could be changes that come soon. And that is something that the property owner has been made aware of. However, upon further discussions about each of the routes and alternatives, they are looking to instead build a single family home on the property. And now I haven't received any plans or like a sketch plan from them to pursue that. I think they primarily wanted to see what would happen with this application first, since council is the ultimate final deciding body. And so, yeah, depending on how council ends up voting, that will, dictate what they're going to do next.
All right, further questions or comments from council?
Right here.
Councilmember Simmons, thank you.
I'm trying to see. Some of my questions have been answered, so thank you. One of the questions I still have is, as I was looking through the information, it was kind of there was some conversation about the impact of the potential changes on property values. And I'm interested to just hear, like it said that the expanding the parking into this space would increase the property value for that location, but might potentially negatively impact surrounding property values. And I'm interested in just hearing more about why.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, a lot of people don't want to live next to a gas station or live next to an auto repair shop, and one of the big reasons why we have zoning as well is because it's intending to also protect property values. With that said, because of NIMBYism, a lot of people just simply don't want to live next to that type of use because of noise, because of potential pollution. And so, that is a possibility that the property values of the surrounding neighborhood could go down, but there's also no complete guarantee. It's just that sometimes it happens. And obviously, IPSI, we're in a unique situation because we're within Washtenaw County, which, has some of the most expensive housing in the state. And so that might not ultimately affect property values as much as it might in other municipalities and other places. But it does expand an undesirable land use that's an undesirable in a sense of being adjacent to a single family home, more or less.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I mean that's interesting to me because people tell me all the time how much we rely on cars and they break down all the time. That's what I hear from car drivers, and you need places to get them fixed. So that's always interesting. That's interesting to me. And so it's interesting. So because one of my questions was around like the different kinds of things that can happen to get these variations. And so what it sounds like too, so is that it's because of this district it's in. And also it was saying that the current use of the space is also non-conforming in
Mhm.
that location. So if that business were to leave, then that location would revert back to what exactly?
If are you saying if the location were to leave 1465 Washtenaw, like if the business were to shut down?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, let's say the property owner wanted to sell the building, the business. Even though the use is non-conforming, they're allowed to maintain that non-conformity pretty much indefinitely unless there's, a major um, disaster or something where to rebuild the nonconformity would exceed 50% of the property value. Or there's also the other abandonment clauses within the nonconformity section, like if they end up, no longer ceasing operations for over a year, then they would not be able to continue that nonconformity. But basically, they're permitted to exist as is, indefinitely unless anything within the abandonment clause was triggered. And so if it were to be abandoned, ultimately it could be converted into any use that is permitted within the neighborhood corridor. And again, the auto repair as a standalone use is permitted as a special land use in this district. And a automobile filling station is also permitted as a standalone use, as a special land use in this district.
I think it's too bad too that we don't have the business owner, because I am interested in just hearing about, just like what their plans would be without this permission and how that would impact their business. From the sounds of what Councilmember Fellows was saying, that it's a very used space, which is part of why they're looking to expand to better serve customers. So anyway, I'm just trying to weigh some of that, as in my thinking on this. So that's all for me now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. Fairly briefly, first I want to say I think Councilmember Wilcoxon spoke well about the history and especially about the neighborhood feel about this business. I can't think of another situation in Ward 2 where people have been so consistently for so long been angry at a business. I learned about this long before I was ever on city council. And this business person, I might have more sympathy if I had a sense that they were interested in working with the community. But time and time again, that's not been the sense that I've gotten. And if you were to go and query the members of that community, the residents immediately adjacent, you'd get an earful, I promise you. So I'll certainly not be supporting. I'll support the motion, which is to deny the permit.
Thank you. Further discussion from council?
Just have a quick question. I know I met with a business in Ward 1 recently, and I just wanted clarity. What is the qualification for, I guess, a R1 zone site to utilize a PUD? Is it size alone, or is it just because of the zone?
You're asking, if you go to, hold on, let me pull up that specific section of the zoning ordinance. 122-701. You'll see that in section 122-701, it states that in the R1, the CNSF and the with CNSF being the core neighborhood single family, and then the P being the parks, that planned unit developments are not permitted in these districts except as provided under section 122-703. And section 122-703 establishes regulations for planned adaptive reuse projects where a plan unit development is a possibility if it involves the adaptive reuse of an existing structure that is located in a residential zoning district but was originally constructed for a non-residential use.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yeah, and I had a question centered around kind of, I guess, process, but with my colleague Councilmember McLean, with your input, it's already answered. So thank you.
Councilmember Fellows.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak a little bit in defense of Musa, who I've known for years and have found to be very easy to, communicate and work with, and have had nothing but good experiences. Of course, I'm not a neighbor of the business, so, I don't have that kind of relationship. And I can be sympathetic to, having difficulties with businesses that are maybe not willing to work with neighbors. But I guess my question would be is, it seems like a lot of the issues is that a lot of the cars are being parked on the street because there isn't additional parking. So wouldn't the neighbors be happier if the cars were off the street and in a tiny additional lot by the business? That's one question I have. And the other is really just like, if this gets, turned down tonight, Josh, are there any avenues for which Musa can move forward with some other option?
Yeah, so regarding how the neighbors would feel, I ultimately cannot speak on their behalf as to how they would feel about if they would prefer them parking, on an expanded parking lot on 47 Owendale versus parking on the street. What I do know is that I have received complaints from the neighbors regarding, the land use, and they have not particularly had great experiences with the property owner. And so, again, I can't particularly speak as to what they would prefer, but I've had people come out, like neighbors that have come out against the project. And then can you remind me, what was your second question? Oh,
Are
were there
there
any
other
other
options for Musa to explore if this gets turned down tonight?
in terms of expanding their nonconformity or expanding the parking lot? No, not particularly. Like they're on it, like yeah, no, there's not any other alternative that they would have in order to pursue expanding the parking lot on 247 Owendale. They would be permitted, to construct something on 47 Owendale that's compliant with the R1 zoning district. But again, we have also discussed with them that we are going to be pursuing our master plan update pretty soon, and so that could mean changes to the city framework map, and then later leading to changes within the zoning map and the zoning ordinance. So some things could change. I encourage them to once we start doing the public engagement, to actively come to those meetings and discuss what they would like.
Great, thank you. I will be voting for the denial based on it being a rezoning application, but I also want to say that I am encouraging the Planning Commission and the planning staff to update our master plan so we don't have such restrictive zoning near our commercial districts.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I just want to address the parking issue. There's no parking on that street now because of the abuses in the past from this facility, right? So the question of could it be expanded in some other way? Well, they've already abused that. They've already used this property when it wasn't available for that purpose. And they've also violated the court order in terms of a number of things that were put into that in terms of the number of cars. You spoke about, just how creatively they've done that. Well, many times they are beyond the limit of the number of cars that they can do there. And so that's the problem, is like there is a court order that says you can have this many cars. That number of cars fits on that property. And sometimes they go over, and I get calls all the time about people going out there and counting the cars because they've been dealing with this for 20 years. So, you know, are there other things available to them? You know, I think part of the issue is, and I'm going to say it, I think they got bad legal advice when they bought the property. I really do. You know, conversations with Mohammed's son, he would say that too. But you know, what can they do with that? You know, I think Josh mentioned earlier that, you know, if this did not work, that they would consider building housing on that site. So, and I don't know, Josh, if I heard you right, I thought I heard that here and in the planning commission.
I'm sorry. What was that again? I apologize.
Did you make a comment earlier that if this did not happen and the parking lot could not be expanded, that they would build on that property?
Yeah, yep. They have discussed plans to build a single family home on that property with me.
So I'd rather see that than expanding a property, a parking lot.
Further comment or discussion? None, please call the roll.
Resolution to deny. Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
The motion to deny passes.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, you have our consent agenda with letter C removed.
A resolution number 2025-212, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that the following items approved. Number one, resolution number 2025-213, approving the minutes of October 7, 2025 City Council meeting. New number two, resolution number 2025-215, recognizing this Ypsilanti Performance Space as a nonprofit organization operating in the city of Ypsilanti for the purpose of obtaining a charitable gaming license. And new number three, resolution 2025-216, supporting Ypsilanti's 6th annual Juneteenth celebration 2026 and approving a sponsorship contribution in the amount of $5,000. And I so move.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen, supported by Councilmembers Tucson and King. I heard both. So. Please call the roll.
Yeah.
Let's close it. No, that's fine. I'm just keeping it. Call the roll.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows.
Yes.
Consent agenda has passed.
Thank you. And Clerk Major, did you move those around in there? So very nice, very nice. Thank you. As soon as Mayor Pro Tem's done signing all of these.
Read the second.
Yes. Thank you.
Is 2014 or 214 or?
Yes, the solar.
Yep. All right. So the item that was removed, resolution number 2025-214, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas sustainability is a major tenet of the City of Ypsilanti, and whereas solar power is a clean and renewable source of energy, and whereas the city has recently applied and has been awarded funds to install solar panels on homes located in the neighborhood and enterprise zone, and whereas the city is seeking additional funding to assist in installing solar panels on as many homes as possible, and whereas the Ann Arbor Community Foundation has committed to providing $60,000 to further advance this project, now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Ypsilanti accepts grants funds in the amount of $60,000 for solar projects from the Ann Arbor Community Foundation, and have the city act as fiduciary. Be it further resolved that the City Council authorize the city manager to sign the agreement on behalf of the city, and I so move.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen, supported by Councilmember McLean.
Council, I asked for this to be removed from the consent agenda. I spoke with Dave Strensky, and he informed me they're still out there trying to get more dollars. So if we could have this resolution modified and the now therefore be it resolved after 60,000 for solar projects from the Ann Arbor Community Foundation and any other future grant funds, and have the city act as.
And I so move.
So move. Yeah. So all right. Yeah. All right. It's been moved by Councilmember Fellows, supported by Councilmember Simmons. I mean, we could have just done it friendly. All right. You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
You good?
Absolutely.
All right, we're just gonna do it friendly. And all right, any other discussion? All right, please call the roll.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
The amended motion carries.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Fellows, you have 222.
Oh, is it before resolution 2017?
Yep.
Okay. All right. A resolution to affirm the City of Ypsilanti's commitment to peace, join Mayors for Peace, and oppose the Los Alamos University of Michigan Data Center. Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the Mayor for Peace initiative, established in 1982 and led by the mayors of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, works together toward the total abolition of nuclear weapons and lasting world peace through a network of over 8,300 cities across 167 countries and regions. And whereas 2025 marks 80 years since the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, demonstrating the catastrophic humanitarian consequences of nuclear weapons and creating an enduring moral imperative for their elimination. And whereas the dangers posed by nuclear weapons are not abstract, but represent an existential threat to all of humanity, and cities have a moral responsibility to speak for the safety and security of their residents in the face of such threats. And whereas the City of Ypsilanti has demonstrated a commitment to peace, justice, and environmental sustainability, and seeks to join other Michigan members of Mayors for Peace, including Detroit, Hamtramck, Ann Arbor, Benton Harbor, Grand Rapids, and Portage. And whereas the proposed National Security Data Center in Ypsilanti Township represents a partnership between the University of Michigan and Los Alamos National Laboratory, the United States primary nuclear weapons design facility, thereby implicating our community in nuclear weapons development. And whereas reporting from Inside Climate News and The Guardian has documented the data centers of the scale pose significant environmental threats, including excessive water consumption and potential PFAS, forever chemical contamination that could endanger local waters and public health. And whereas questions remain regarding the University of Michigan's precise role in nuclear weapons research through this project, as the institution has not fully clarified the nature of its involvement beyond denying weapons manufacturing, according to reporting in the Michigan Daily. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of Ypsilanti that we commit to peace. The City of Ypsilanti affirms its commitment to nuclear disarmament and international peace. We've become a member of Mayors for Peace. The City of Ypsilanti officially applies to join Mayors for Peace and directs the city clerk to submit the required registration to the initiative's secretariat. We have opposition to the data center. The Ypsilanti City Council strongly opposes the Los Alamos University of Michigan data center due to its connections to nuclear weapons, modernization, and the potential environmental harms, and calls for a complete and permanent cessation of all efforts to build this data center in any form. And Section 4, we calls to action. The Ypsilanti City Council calls upon the Ypsilanti Township Board to utilize all available means to deny permits and prevent the development of this data center. The University of Michigan Boards of Regents and Administration to immediately and permanently terminate its partnership with Los Alamos National Laboratory and cease all efforts related to this project. The Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners to take a formal position opposing this project and support local efforts to prevent its construction. DTE Energy and the Ypsilanti Community Utilities Authority to cease all involvement and withdraw all utility services and support for this project. The Michigan Economic Development Corporation to publicly discontinue its support and revoke any authorization for this project. And the Michigan Strategic Fund to revoke the previously announced $100 million grant and cease any future financial support for this project. And the Section 5 is dissemination, which will go to all the prior named entities. And be it further resolved that the City of Ypsilanti will annually observe Hiroshima Day on August 6th and Nagasaki Day on August 9th, with appropriate remembrance to honor victims of nuclear weapons and reaffirm our commitment to peace. And I so move.
Or by Councilmember Fellows, supported by Councilmember Simmons. Okay. Ooh, Councilmember Fellows.
So the resolution spells much of what anything I would say. out, but I do want to just contextualize it a little bit. So last year I went to Japan. I visited the Hiroshima Peace Memorial Park, which is a museum dedicated to documenting the atomic bombing of Hiroshima during World War II. And it was there that I learned about this initiative, Mayors for Peace, for the total abolition of nuclear weapons through like intra-community partnership between cities. And since then, it's been my intention to bring it to council since being elected. And this resolution is timely. It's not lost on me that it's been 80 years after the atomic bombings, and our very community, Ypsilanti and surrounding areas, 80 years later is still being directly implicated in the modernization proliferation of nuclear arsenal, because Los Alamos is known for the Manhattan Project, and the Manhattan Project is still, you know, so far in our history, somehow still a present threat. And so many countries over the world have worked towards reducing their nuclear arsenal, but today in Ypsilanti, we are still contending with this existential threat. And so I do think it is incumbent upon us, with the support of our community here, to, you know, formally take a formal position in opposition to this project, and to encourage our local partners to also do that, so that we have a chance to actually prevent it from being you know, completed. And yes, there has been lots of comments about the environmental effects, and you know, some of them we can say maybe it won't happen, maybe it will, but I like the one commenter that said, like, why even find out? So
Thank you. Further comments from Councilmember McLean?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll support the resolution. I want to maybe focus on some other aspects of why I want to support the resolution. You know, at its base, this project has a whole lot of unanswered questions, and questions about the use of the facility, the siting of the facility, the operations of the facility. But what I think probably galls me the most is that this major institution in our community, which has done numerous wonderful things, is making decisions with, as I can tell, no consideration for its host community and no consideration for its neighboring jurisdictions. So, you know, I think the process of siting this facility stinks. And, you know, perhaps they can get away with that. And I had some brief conversations with the city attorney before we started this evening, and I think it's state law that allows jurisdictions like state chartered universities to do these kinds of things without having to go to the host communities or the neighboring and affected jurisdictions. But just because you can do it doesn't mean you should do it. And we really should expect better from the University of Michigan, frankly. We should expect better. And so for that reason, I'll support the motion. I think this is one site, one example of one of these facilities. We're going to see these kinds of issues all over the country. We already are. And so some of these questions are going to have to be answered, not just for this particular project, but for these kinds of projects. I do want to also, though, make one note that I was really, really disappointed to hear that a couple of members of our community, our Ward 2 community, were victims of violent protests in their front yards because they happened to be affiliated with YCUA, which also did not approve the project. And it seems to me there's some irony here that we're using violence to promote peace. And that to me is just way too Orwellian. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Simmons.
So yeah, this is just more of a question for clarification, I guess. Just within thinking about other resolutions that we've done, are we able to, by resolution, name a remembrance or an occurrence that is each year? I ask because I think about like when we've done things like Lomo May and some of those different things, we're told we have to do it every year, that we can't do it and just have it automatically come up. So I'm wondering.
When Juneteenth was made an official holiday in the city, there was an ordinance that supported that. So it would have to come from an ordinance. And then we'd have to determine what we want to do on that holiday to remember those things. Typically, and there would have to be some more research on our end to really determine what we see that day as being before we do an ordinance. But as an ordinance, it would be automatically done each year.
So kind of as this resolution stands, that part, it would be in here, but would it set forward remembrance for this next calendar year, since these would be in August? Or, so I'm just wondering like whether there's something that we should update within this, and or to say that whether that's something that be considered in the future.
The way I read it is it's going to be the next upcoming August that would be celebrated, since this one has passed. So, and the resolutions and they actually begin at 1 in January. So we would go by the calendar year.
My brain. Councilmember Fellows.
I just want to acknowledge that we've had a tremendous amount of emails in support of this resolution, and there were 112 emails and 7 public comments in support of the resolution. 42 of these emails came from City of Ypsi residents, 36 came from Ypsi Township, and then many more from all over the state and outside the state as well. So I just want to, thank people for caring about the issue. Somebody in those emails brought up that it would be good for the policymakers that made the decision to okay this project and to grant $100 million of state funding to receive this resolution. So for that reason, I'm going to actually move to update the dissemination part to include the House and Senate Appropriations Committees.
I support that as a friendly. Can it be a friendly?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. All right. So that will be updated, and Clerk Joe's taking that down. All right. Further discussion, Councilmember Senate.
Yeah, I just wanted to say on this that, I think one of the challenges with this kind of thing is that we're trying to respond around like information that we have. And it's so hard to actually find information as people have been looking into this, and it keeps changing and it's unclear. And so it's difficult because then we're looking at, well, what does this mean in relation to what it has looked like in other places? And one of the challenges I'll just say, which is that in some of these conversations, when thinking about how things fall with either a for-profit entity that looks to benefit from it, of course, they're going to lie. I mean, that's just, they're lying. They're going to lie. And so I think that that's a challenge because it makes them not really trustworthy messengers. So if we hear DTE saying, oh, don't worry about it, we got it. There's outage just because it was raining, coming back in from Detroit, the street light wasn't working. So, I don't think they got it. And and then I think that it's hard because like when think about the water issues that, I know when we had Yucca here and I was asking about this issue specifically, they talked about kind of a typical flow for commercial use, a manufacturing use. I can accept kind of like that thinking around that. And also somehow, how is it different from what we're seeing in terms of real use in other places? And so I think that we get in these challenges because we don't have real information. And by the time we actually find out what the real information is, we already have increases in our bills. We know we have DTE already trying to increase rates. And what has been found is actually the rates start to go up because of the idea that there's going to be these coming centers and knowing that there's going to be different things. And one of the things with the bill that was passed at the state level that I've kind of talked to with some of our state legislators of what I see as a loophole, which is that while it says that things wouldn't be passed off to the general public, it does have a loophole for things that are used by the general public. And so things like a new substation or things like that might be used for that site would then also be things that would be open for use to the general public, which means that infrastructure addition would be partly paid for by the rest of us. So it's tough because obviously with this, it's not located within our direct jurisdiction, but we also have these impacts both through a shared water utility and as well as our energy utility, as we don't have choices around that. So, something that happens, as we know in the township, impacts the city. And so anyhow, I appreciate trying to move these things forward and appreciate kind of community trying to grapple with a lot of unknowns. And so I'm excited to try to throw our hat in the weight that we have, but also to call people to attention with this issue. That's it. Thank you.
Any further comments or questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem?
I agree with this for many of the reasons that my colleagues have already stated. I do want to thank the people who sent the emails because with the length of our meetings, that is a very useful way to get public input. And I appreciate Councilmember Fellows for breaking that apart in terms of the demographics for those folks. So, no, I think it was great.
Further comment or discussion? Please call the roll.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Mayor Pro Tem, you have 217.
One out. Step.
Oh, it's 9:54. The timing by so fast.
Move to extend to
30. Let's be real, y'all.
11:30.
All right, it's been moved by Councilmember Fellows to extend to 11:30, supported by Councilmember Simmons. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
That might have been close. I heard a couple, but anywho. All right, Mayor Pro Tem, 217.
Resolution 2025-217 resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the city has an interest in protecting the health, safety, economic diversity, environmental sustainability, and welfare of the community, and whereas the city has a master plan that reflects the policy goals of the city, including guiding values of safety comes first, and Ypsilanti is sustainable, and whereas the city of Ypsilanti recognizes the city has an interest in updating regulations to address changes in technology, and now therefore be it resolved that the city of Ypsilanti City Council approves the zoning text amendment to establish a dark sky compliant zoning ordinance upon second and final reading, and I so move.
Support.
By Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen, supported by Councilmember Fellows. This is our second reading. I think, Josh, anything?
Hi, yes. So I remember from the first reading, it was requested, to have an explanation of what foot candles are, which I did include in the packet on page 203. Additionally, it was requested to kind of get an idea as to how these foot candle readings work, and I was intending to go get foot candle readings of multiple different properties, but For some reason, our photometric reader has been acting a little funny, and so we will likely have to get a new one. But this reading that's included on page 204 shows that when I was standing at different parts of the property line, so for example, on the northwest corner of Douglas and Washtenaw, you'll see a 1.8. When I held the photometric reader towards the property, I ended up getting a foot candle reading of 1.8. You know, and then I went through along the property line and marked what those readings were based on what the photometric reader was given me. And so that's how we would go about it and you know, look at what these lighting levels are. It is with the photometric reader, and I would just simply measure the property line, what those readings are. And now this example is from November 1st of 2024, and since then, the violation has been addressed. And I have included on page 206 the photometric plan that was submitted to me. You'll see that there's a small part of the property line where it exceeds 0.5 foot candles, but ultimately there is a fence that is located along the property line. And the lighting already previously exceeded the foot candle requirements. And so it was kind of just an existing nonconformity. But basically, where you're seeing the point number, like that is the foot candle reading. And presently in the ordinance, it can't exceed 0.5 foot candles at the lot line. Yeah, you'll see what those foot candle readings are throughout the property and then what they are along the property line. And that's how we determine what the proposed photometrics are. You know, or that's how we would look at the proposed photometrics for any property. You know, as part of this photometric plan, they also included a schedule that has the type of lighting fixture that's being used, along with the specifics of that lighting fixture. So you'll see that each of these fixtures are reported to be 4,000 Kelvin, which is, you know, it's not particularly a warmer light, but it is more of a it is more of a white light, which, you know, can be very disruptive and bright, especially with the property owner installing brighter lights, which is what led to the violation being issued based on complaints from the surrounding neighbors. And now it doesn't look like it went onto the packet very well, but there's on page 209 and 209 through 211, where there's another example of a photometric plan. I'm not exactly sure what's going on with that, but I mean, if you wanted to look at another example as well, 908 North Congress, a photometric plan was included as part of that submittal. So you would be able to, you know, look at those photometric plans, and I'm happy to answer any like specific questions about those photometrics. Additionally, I included a memo that is in regard to an outreach plan, a community outreach plan for the adoption of this ordinance. And right now, we do have a fact sheet for lighting fixtures and sign illumination, but that is specifically for the historic district. And now the historic district did pull the fixtures from Dark Sky International, and so those lighting fixtures that they show on the HDC fact sheet are Dark Sky compliant. And I know that Carrie has discussed interest in amending a lot of these historic district fact sheets, and so as part of those amendments, you know, I plan to work with her to establish a general fact sheet for Dark Sky compliant lighting, you know, including the benefits of it, you know, including, you know, the fixtures that would be compliant, explaining regulations and whatnot. And I also would like to do this as well for the sign illumination, or create a sign illumination fact sheet too. In addition to creating these fact sheets, I do plan to highlight them on the city's website. That way we can hopefully increase visibility and accessibility to the community. And there will be a special place on the planning department's website that will include these fact sheets. And hopefully in the future, we can also include more moving forward. And another exciting part of the community engagement process is that I would like to work with the social media team to create a video summarizing, the information that's going to be on that fact sheet. We would like to, or I thought it would be a great idea to include a special guest being Smeet Frog, because Smeet Frog is a nocturnal being, and there are environmental, and they will reap the benefits of a dark sky compliant ordinance. Lastly, staff can also host a public meeting in council chambers informing residents of the proposed changes and the benefits of the dark sky compliant lighting and how the regulations may impact them. With that said, if city council votes to approve the second reading today, there is 30 days until this ordinance goes into effect. And so I am planning to get that fact sheet and informational video out prior to that 30-day adoption, or within that 30-day adoption period. So with that, do you guys have any questions? Are there any additional outreach opportunities that you would like us to pursue?
Questions for Josh? Councilmember Fellows?
Yes, I was interested in the outreach memorandum plan. It looks good to me. I was wondering if one of these, one of the plans is to mail it out to the whole community, because I know that there's some fact sheets being looked at. But yeah, as far as dissemination of information, is it just going to be online, or are we going to mail it too?
It was right now it's only planned to be online. Mailing it is not out of the realm of possibility. It would definitely be an expensive way of notifying people, but it would probably be the most effective.
To add on to that, the Community Services Department would have to make sure that their budget has enough wiggle room to do a mailer. If not, we would have to put it in for the next fiscal year. To hit all parcels, it's around 5,000. So it's not a ton, but it's something.
Just to follow up on that, I could also see this, bundled with other outreach efforts, because obviously, like, there's the historic district newsletter or any other things that we need to notice everyone for. So maybe just bundling it with other things in the future.
Yeah, that's a good idea. The tax bill goes out at the 1st of December, so we could probably include it with that.
Yeah.
Councilmember McLean, you had your hand up?
I was gonna say.
Oh, okay. All right. Further discussion? Okay, seeing none, please call the roll. Thanks, Josh.
Of course, thank you.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Councilmember Tucson, you have 218.
Yes, resolution number 2025-218. Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the City of Ypsilanti Police Department desires to replace 3 police vehicles with 2026 all-wheel drive Dodge Durangos, and whereas the City of Ypsilanti Police Department was allocated $227,085 in the fiscal year of 2025-2026 budget for the purchase of 3 vehicles, and whereas LaFontaine Chrysler Dodge Lansing, Michigan has provided state of Michigan bid pricing in the amount of $45,136, $45,136.10, and $45,136. Whereas there will be additional saving as a result of 2 police Ford Taurus vehicles being auctioned, and whereas the purchase is from account 641.9330.4652.02, therefore be it resolved that this council approves the purchase of 3 2026 Dodge Durango Police Interceptor SUVs from LaFontaine Chrysler in Lansing, Michigan for the total $135,408 to be paid from the motor pool account listed here. Be it further resolved that the chief of police be authorized to sign all necessary documents needed to execute the vehicle purchase, and I so move. Work.
Moved by Councilmember Tucson, supported by Councilmember McLean.
Council, before Chief Anderson comes up, this is a yearly thing that we do. It's a rolling replacement schedule, and this is with increasing prices, we've had to look elsewhere, and this was the cheapest vehicle that was available to us. And
Hello, Chief Anderson. Good evening.
Afternoon. Thank you, Mayor. Afternoon, Mayor, Council.
Oh,
Or night to be.
pretty nice,
Shifting
Chief.
Yeah, as the city manager said, this is money is allocated for us to replace vehicles. Contrary to what some may say, we haven't replaced police vehicles in over 2 years. When I first quoted the price, I think in May, maybe when I was interim chief or when I came in June, the vehicles actually were 43,000. Unfortunately, with rising cost, they're now 40, 45. It took 6 months just to get these vehicles in. And as stated, we will have some additional savings with the auction of 2 Tauruses and our old command post. So actually the money, we will have an additional savings than what we see here on paper. And again, this is just trying to update the fleet. This is the most cost efficient vehicle that is available. And again, we're trying to lower the maintenance, the money that we spent in maintenance, maintaining older vehicles over the last, 3 years.
Thank you. All right, questions or Councilmember Tucson?
Yeah, so with the 45,000 for each of these vehicles, is that does that house the vehicle and the outfitting of the vehicle with lights and everything?
No, so the vehicle right now to outfit, it can cost upwards of $17,000. But what we're going to try to do is be as creative as we can. We're going to reuse as much equipment as we can. And one option that we have that I'm strongly considering, I probably would do at least on 2 of the vehicles, is not drill into and put overhead lights. So overhead lights are one of the most expensive parts because you're actually drilling into the vehicle. So definitely on one vehicle that won't occur, and I'm leaning towards a second. So those prices will actually come down.
Thank you.
Further questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem?
I've been asking this question every time this has come up since I've been on council. Have you looked at alternative fuels, and have you looked at hybrid technology? And
Yeah, yes, sir. We have a hybrid Explorer right now. It's actually it's been one of the most costly vehicles to maintain. Some of the issues that we've had is just with batteries. Keeping the battery it's a lot of systems that run in these police vehicles and more each year with in-car video, radios, the lights. So one of the issues we had with our hybrid was replacing the battery. It's actually cost us a significant amount of money. But there is a report being done now that should come out at the end of the year where I know, like MSP has been testing more fuel efficient and, e-vehicles and whatnot, but they're doing that in Lansing right now. So there should be a report that's going to be published to law enforcement toward the end of the year.
City Manager, you had your hand up?
yeah, if I could just add to that, I actually met with Enterprise to talk about their fleet program, and through conversations with them, the technology is just not there for police cruisers yet.
Yeah, I just, seeing these things get bigger and bigger is, it fits in with the militarization and aspect of policing, and, you see other communities where much smaller vehicles could be used for patrol. I know you got e-bikes, and I appreciate that. But, this trend towards getting ever bigger vehicles that are less and less fuel efficient is problematic.
Yeah, I understand that. We have a lot of equipment that we still have to carry as well. So that's also some of the concern. We're carrying first aid equipment. They're carrying a patrol rifle. They're carrying just a lot of equipment in those vehicles. So that's part of it.
Thank you. Councilmember Fellows?
Yeah, in the summary and background, it talks about how it's this is for a replacement of 2 vehicles due to excessive wear, and So I am, wondering why that we are purchasing 3.
Typically, we would buy 2 every year, so we're buying 3 now, and there's going to be more vehicles that we're going to be auctioning to sell that are costing us a lot of money to maintain and updating the fleet. The 3, we're still going to be down. We used to have a fleet of at least 10 patrol cars. Even with the 3, after we auction, we still won't have that.
But the regular schedule was for 2.
It used to be 2 every year. We haven't bought 2 patrol cars in 2023 nor 2024.
Skip 2 years where none were purchased.
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons?
I'm trying to think about those years because I feel like I have voted on a vehicle request and I only joined council in 2022. So
in 2023, Chief Moore used the funds to buy basically UC vehicles where he had a vehicle because there was other vehicles that were being passed down to like parking at that time. So those were 2 vehicles. Those are not police interceptors. Those are not police patrol vehicles.
So thank you for that clarification. And so how many, when the conversation about like this being something that typically happens on a year, how many vehicles is it that we have that we would need to kind of replace 2 on a yearly rotation?
That's difficult to answer. We typically maintain 10 in the patrol fleet. And those are patrol, marked patrol cars.
And so I guess, so then if there's 10, so 10 in the patrol fleet, plus then there's other cars.
Yep,
is
yes,
what I'm
ma'am.
hearing.
Yep. We have like detective bureau cars. There's a chief vehicle, there's a captain vehicle.
And those are all outfitted the same way, or are
No.
they not necessarily outfitted the same way?
Not outfitted the same way. The detective bureau cars don't have markings, say as a patrol vehicle or overhead lights, nor
But-
radios or computers in the car.
So yeah, so that I guess so that part of the question goes to, I think, the point that Pro Tem was bringing up. So are those cars then smaller because they don't need to have, like, are those cars smaller, and also could those cars be more hybrid or energy efficient because they don't require to have the weight of the equipment?
Yes, if I understand you correct, we could look at other cars for more of the support staff cars, that we could get something smaller or hybrid for those that we're not worrying about putting cameras or lights or computers,
Mhm.
radios in. Absolutely. If I understand your question.
Yes, I mean, because I'm just thinking, like, because those obviously have a different price point, as well as fitting into some of our other goals around environmental stewardship and things of that sort, and also upkeep. Because so if there's 10, then like, and we're going, and we typically would do this every year, although we haven't, I guess, like for patrol cars, then they would be turning over on like basically like a 5-year rotation. Is that correct?
I felt like they used to last a little longer, but now it seems like it's about a 5-year. We got 2 SUVs now that we had to send into the shop yesterday for items of no heat, hoses that are exploding that they can't explain. And, those bills, those were, I think, 21 and 22. I mean, that's almost $5,000 in repair.
Mm. For 2 vehicles.
2 vehicles.
Mm.
You have more questions, Councilmember Simmons, or?
Hold on, let me just come.
If I could add one thing, so the parking enforcement, the detective bureau, usually when cars are no longer operational to use as patrol vehicles, they have been going down. So we used to have Tauruses, and then they got moved down to our parking enforcement. So that's kind of where we go with that, but we can, when replacing those vehicles again, buy new vehicles at that are EVs or hybrids.
Yeah, and that's for the Detectives Bureau, the chief and the captain's vehicle.
Yeah, and then the parking enforcement as well.
And then how many vehicles do the parking enforcement have?
They got 2 right now.
So this is good because now I can know I have to pay attention more. Like, what kind of vehicle are we talking about, right? So, but really we're looking at 10, 12, 13, 14, 15 different vehicles
About that, yep.
that are turning over on about a 5-year rotation.
You know, some of the vehicles, it just depends on exactly. I think the patrol vehicles driven, you know, almost 24/7. Sometimes the parking vehicles, maybe not so much. So I think we might be able to get a little more of those parking vehicles. Again, those are passed down before. Those are our old detective cars. So maybe the use is not there. Not the wear and tear is not there. But on our patrol cars, the maintenance is adding up.
And so then the question is, like, at what point does the maintenance costs overcome for needing a new vehicle? So, because the question is like whether we want to like spend, you know, I guess depending on what it is. I mean, these cars aren't that old. What I understand about car ages, which, you know, just like pet ages, I'm not the greatest at figuring out. But I'm just, you know, so I'm like, I don't know, 5 years, that seems like really we're not getting a lot of use. It just doesn't feel like we're getting enough use out of a 5.
Way more use than a normal civil, like more than I drive.
Patrol cars,
They're running
are used
24
pretty
hours a
heavily.
day.
Or being parked or, you know, different things. I mean, I'm just saying like 5 years for a vehicle to like whatever, it feels like a lot. But to me, it's like, yes, within 5 years, you know, you're going to spend a certain amount in maintenance. So I guess like,
I think some vehicles may make it a little. I'm just giving like an estimate. You asked me for an estimate. That's kind of what I gave, like 5 years. Like the cars that we just auctioned, you know, they were Tauruses. I think one of them was a 2015. We kept it for 10 years as long as we could, but we're only at the auction. We're only getting, actually, it's better than when we sold it to a dealer. I think the auction was $3,000, $2,900. Some of the repairs for the vehicle to keep it going, they were asking for $2,500. Right, so we're not even getting that money back. So what's the cost versus time to move on and get a newer vehicle where it's got some warranty, where those things are covered versus it's just coming out of the city's pocket.
cool. And then the last thing I wanted to say, because you're here, which is that the last meeting I asked to have you come and actually do a presentation, like an update. I hear that there's some things that happen at YPAC, but definitely interested in kind of hearing more directly from you, and also specifically around hiring, and a couple of other things that have come up because people have reached out and they're like, we need this, we need that. And I don't think they actually have a full understanding of what the police can and do. So I'm just putting that forward to you. It's going to be something I'll bring back forward to think about, to try to figure out when we can have you come and do that. Because I don't want it to be a request that goes into the ether. So I'm mentioning it to you directly. Thanks.
McLean had his hand up, but.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna ask, you know, we're auctioning off these cars in the end, right? And you don't want to put the lights on top of the new ones. One of the suggestions for dealing with consistent speeding and running of stop signs around the city is decoy cars. And so could those older cars be repurposed for stationing, say, at the senior center or other places where, you know, it's been used in other communities, if that was a possibility to use those?
I think that's feasible. That's possible. Absolutely. It's an idea. Absolutely.
Councilmember McLean?
We actually tried that. It's just we don't have the vehicles to do it right. So you're right.
So
we want to put decoys out. We don't have the vehicles.
Like patrol cars as well.
Thank you, Mayor. Evening, Chief. Thanks for staying up with us. Just a really quick survey online of average life of police vehicles says 3 to 5 years. in department after department after department after department. And suggest things like being involved in a police chase by itself can turn a vehicle that might last 300,000 miles into one that might only last 75,000 miles. So a lot of those factors, but I think guessing is there's a lot of significant outside corroboration for exactly what you're saying.
Thank you.
More fellows.
Yeah, I'm still thinking about this, 2 patrol vehicles a year. I understand that there's more money in the motor pool, so that's probably why the request for 3, but I'm of the belief that it shouldn't be a foregone conclusion just because the money's available, that should be used for more equipment outside of the plan. And yeah, especially when we have fire trucks that cost $2.5 million. I'm kind of thinking like if we don't need to use it, let's not, so we can have that money for other situations which are very pressing. And so for that reason, I'm going to attempt to amend this to 2 vehicles if there's support instead of 3.
I'm sorry, say this again.
So instead of the purchase of 3 vehicles, it'd be the purchase of 2 vehicles.
I support.
Moved by Councilmember Fellows, supported by Councilmember Simmons. Discussion on 2 vehicles instead of 3. Mayor Pro Tem?
My understanding is we've skipped 2 years, so we're down 4 vehicles. We would have replaced 4 vehicles on that schedule. Now we're asking for 3. So going to 2, you're still behind with that replacement in terms of capital improvement for that department. So
Discussion? Councilmember King?
If we went down to 2 vehicles, would it change the pricing?
No. The price is each vehicle. So, I mean, that total amount will come down, but
Yeah.
the vehicle, the price for each one will stay the same.
Further discussion on the amendment on the floor? Please call the roll.
Councilmember King,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
no.
Mayor Brown,
No.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
No.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
No.
The amendment fails.
We are back at the original resolution. Further questions or discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
No.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you. All set. Yeah, I know you're like, what's happening? Councilmember Simmons, you have 219.
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the City Council for the City of Ypsilanti deems it necessary to comply with the State of Michigan 2011 Public Act 152 as amended, and whereas the act contains 3 options for complying with the requirements of the act as follows. 1, hard cap option limits employers' total annual healthcare costs for employees based on coverage levels. 2, 80-20% option limits employers' share of total healthcare costs to not more than 80%, requires annual majority vote. Option 3, opt-out option, the city may exempt itself from the requirements of the act by an annual 2/3 vote. And whereas the city council has decided to adopt the opt-out option as its choice of compliance under the act, now therefore be it resolved that the council of the city of Ypsilanti elects to comply with the 2011 Public Act 152 by approving and adopting the opt-out option for the medical benefit plan coverage 1/1/2026 through 12/31/2026. And I so move.
Moved by Councilmember Simmons, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. Go.
Council, this is something that's required to be done every year. For many years, we did the 80-20. And about 5 years ago, we switched to the opt-out because we have better rates for our employees. Reagan's going to kind of go into a refresher of what each option is for you and then for approval.
Great, thank you, Director Basaluka.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So tonight we're implementing Public Act 152, which governs how Michigan municipalities share healthcare costs with employees. So this law was adopted in 2011 to place limits on employer contributions for healthcare. It requires us to take formal council action each year to remain compliant. So once a year, the city is required to decide which option to adopt under PA 152 and formally implement it through council action. Our decision affects both the city's budget and the contributions of our employees for their healthcare coverage. So this is a balance between fiscal responsibility and supporting our workforce. So these are the choices. So PA requires local units of government to pick one of the three cost-sharing options for healthcare each year. So the first option is the hard cap. This is a dollar amount limit set annually by the state, and the city cannot contribute more than these amounts. The second option is the 80-20 cost share, where the city covers 80%, and then of the premiums, and 20% will be covered by our employees. And the third option is to opt out, which requires 2/3 supermajority vote of council. And that option allows us to establish an alternative arrangement. So again, council must adopt one of these three options every year to remain compliant. And if no action is taken, we automatically default to hard cap. So these are the hard cap amounts provided by the state. So for fiscal year 2026, the maximum contribution is $7,942 for a single coverage, $16,609 for two-person, and $21,660 for a family. So any premium amounts above these caps must be paid by the employees. So what is the impact if we use hard cap? So on the current plan that we offer, the annual premium is estimated to be at $29,188. So under the 2026 hard cap, employees would be responsible for the amount above the state cap, which is about $7,528 per year, or roughly $627 per month. So under our current opt-out arrangement, the employee share is closer to $132 per month. So in this example, it highlights the difference between council decision, both of our budgeting and the out-of-pocket cost of employee experience. So City of Ypsilanti practice. So historically, as a city manager said, in the past we used 80-20, but I think in the last 5 years we did opt out. So this approach has been applied consistently across all employee groups, and it requires, again, council action, which is 2/3 vote. So by choosing opt-out, we've been able to manage healthcare costs in a way that supports our recruitment and retention efforts. Competitive benefits are one of the key factors employees look at when deciding whether to join or stay with the city, particularly when surrounding communities offer similar structures. It also allows us to share both the cost and savings with employees. So when the premiums rise, the city shoulders much of the increase, keeping employee contributions affordable. On the other hand, when the costs stabilize or go down, employees benefit directly through reduced contributions. So this balance helps us remain competitive as an employer while also protecting the city's budget over the long term. Okay, this is the historical contract year renewals. So you don't see it there, but at the bottom, our premium used to be 1.8 million. And then in 2024, that got reduced and it became 1.5 million. And then in 2025, again, it's 1.5 million. And unfortunately, this coming contract year, it increased by 1.9 million. So you'll notice that in the upcoming 2026 contract year, the premium increase is projected to be 25%. So this spike is primarily due to a to a few catastrophic claims that significantly impacted our experience rating. These are hopefully are one-time events and not recurring expenses. In contrast, past years show more typical revenue patterns, like 4.4% in 2025 and even a negative 3.6 adjustment in 2024. The takeaway is that while 2026 looks unusually high, it is not representative of a long-term trend. We anticipate future renewals will stabilize closer to historical averages. The budget impact. So in the recently adopted budget, we did budget 1.7 million for our healthcare cost, but the proposed adjustment is going up by 1,725,900, or an increase of 24,000. So for this year, we originally projected a 5% increase in healthcare costs compared to the prior year. Unfortunately, because of the higher renewal rates driven largely by catastrophic claims, that 5% projection is not sufficient to cover our actual cost. So the proposed amendment you see reflects an additional 24,000 needed to fully fund the opt-out arrangement. So if we were to adopt hard cap instead, employees would face substantially higher out-of-pocket contributions, which could impact workforce morale and retention. So these are the plans that we'll be offering for 2026. So the Community Blue PPO, the BCBS PPO 80%, and the BCN HMO HSA. So the Community Blue PPO is a self-funded by the city for the first 4,000 for the single and 8,000 for family, with prescription also self-funded. It's only available to our IAFF members under their contract. The other plan is the BCBS PPO 80%. This is our newest plan. It replaced the old PPO 100%, which had become too costly to maintain. And by moving to the 80%, we've been able to control premium growth and bring plan cost more in line with the other options. The BCN HMO HSA is another high deductible plan where the city makes contributions to employee HSA. This option is consistent across all groups. Overall, our goal in these plans has been to keep the cost for each plan roughly equal to each other. So no single group of employees is bearing more of the burden. It makes our benefit structure more fair and more sustainable. So here's our recommendation. So the administration's recommendation is to continue with our opt-out arrangement, which with a cost sharing of 85% employer and 15% employee based on the illustrative rates. Again, opt-out requires 2/3 vote of council, but it ensures compliance with Public Act 152 while giving us flexibility and align with our contract and employee needs. So this option continues our past practice, which has been effective in balancing our fiscal responsibility with competitive employee benefits. It directly supports employee retention and recruitment, since benefits are a critical part of compensation packages in local government. It also reflects what peer communities are doing, which helps us stay competitive in the regional labor market. So in short, continuing with opt-out promotes compliance, fiscal sustainability, and fairness between the city and our workforce. Next steps will be, once the City Council adopts the resolution, we will now have, the next step will be open enrollment in November 2025. And then after that, we will have to communicate with payroll before the January 1st coverage, so deductions and contributions align correctly. Taking action now keeps us compliant with the law and ensures a smooth transition into the new plan year. And thank you. That's it for us.
Thank you, Councilor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director. A few questions. One is, I think if I'm hearing you for the timeline, we need to do this tonight. And if we didn't do it tonight, it would create a problem. Is that fair?
That is correct.
Just
Because we just recently received the rates too for our premiums. And so it's a quick turnaround for us.
What do we know about our current employee satisfaction with our offerings? Do we have data on that? Do we survey them? Do we have anecdotal information? What do we know about? I suppose part of it is if people were all leaving and saying they were going because of better benefits other places, that would be one form of data. But do we know anything about how our employees feel?
I would defer to our HR director. She's here right now. Maybe on the exit interview. Did you hear anything?
I don't know if we can. On the exit interview, we do ask that question. They don't have a problem with the benefits. They actually are happy with the benefits, especially the waiver. A lot of places don't offer the waiver like we do. The biggest thing with the exit interview is pay.
Thank you. And do we know what other surrounding jurisdictions do with regard to choosing from these three options?
Ann Arbor actually has a low option with Blue Cross Blue Shield, and they fully fund it with the low option, but they also offer 3 plans. Paw Paw, Michigan has 3 options as well, but they fully fund 1 option. And I can't remember the other one, but everybody else is like 80-20. But we're 85-15, so I think we're pretty comparable with the others.
That seems reasonable to me. That's pretty decent and falls on the good end. Yep.
Councilmember Simmons?
Yes, just a couple of questions. One basic one is, where would the 24,000 additional come from in our budget?
So currently, we did receive some additional funds. So we're not actually making amendments right now because during our last meeting, we did have some revenue that came in or that were not budgeted. So
I'm sorry, revenue.
So we had some additional revenue that came in, like for the sale of the
Oh, yeah, the sale of 206 Washington.
206 Washington, which was not on the original budget. I think that's around 100,000. So right now we're not gonna do the amendments. We're still gonna study. It could still be covered in our budget.
And if we were to maintain the plans as they were, it would have been an additional $400,000 that would be covered, $200,000 by the city, and then $200,000 would be distributed amongst employees. So that's why we chose to go to the PPO 80 instead of the 100%.
I feel like I'm not sure I just understood what you just said.
So if currently we have the PPO funded at 100% after deductible, what we're recommending is the PPO 80, which is the employee would have to cover 20% of medical bills following deductible.
Mm-hmm. So I guess one of the questions, so one is the conversation about pay versus benefits, or pay and benefits. I don't want to kind of put them on opposite sides, but sometimes that is kind of where you see some of those trade-offs, so I always ask these questions about, like, how do we know we reach a threshold of how much we provide in benefits, how much is that actually really doing the staff retention work we need, and or with different benefits, but a different pay scale be what people want, you know? So how would we figure that out, or kind of what that balance of resources looks like for us? I'm just trying to figure out how we figure out the balance. You know, let's say if we have $100 that we can pay a staff person, or it's like you get $100 in pay benefits, that whatever plus whatever that percentage is. And so I'm just wondering how we figure out where the tipping point is, where actually we're putting whatever in benefits, but people are still not happy with their pay. So actually we should move some of that money to increase pay instead of increasing benefits.
So if I could real quick, it really depends on the employee situation. Employees, they're single, they don't go to the doctor, maybe they care more about pay. Other people that are a little older, they have families, so it's not a single variable that you can look at. There's a spectrum of reasons why someone would choose the other.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm just trying to figure out for the city how we would figure that out across our employment pool with some of these things.
But one thing that we do, knowing that we can't pay like other cities pay, we provide them like, hey, we might not be able to match what you could make at another city. We have a healthcare waiver if you don't take our coverage, which a lot of people don't offer as much as we offer. We have the other benefits like the pet insurance, 10% discount, the Michigan fund for your kids for college. We just break down all the benefits that we have to offer. Also, dental and vision is fully covered by the city. A lot of places don't cover that. So when you break that down and add up that cost to what you could be making somewhere else, it almost evens out.
Yeah, those things are expensive. Please, let's not even talk about it. I guess my last question, I think, is so looking at what this like that we see this increase for 2026, but that we hope that it won't remain at that steep of an increase. What I guess my thought is trying to think ahead of what will be the plan if we see that kind of increase. Like, how would we then adjust what our consideration should be if that's the case? Because it feels like that kind of increase would be untenable, really, for us to hold all that time. And especially if what we're seeing that we're talking about is that there's some revenue from something that we already knew was kind of happening in space, but kind of came through, like that wouldn't necessarily happen each year.
So you're saying if it continued to happen?
Yeah, so like if in 2027, it's like, ooh, it's another, what we're talking about, 25% increase, and if we're seeing that each year, to me, that feels like we should be making different decisions.
So that's why every year, this is a we come to council every year to for us to study. So so on how we're gonna fund the cost of our healthcare. So that's why right now we're saying we're gonna do 85-15. But in the future, if the city can no longer afford it, then we can do an 80-20, shift the burden to our employees, or we can also do the hard cap, which is more expensive for our employees. But we have to decide on that on a yearly basis.
What would be the circumstances that you would come to us with something like that?
We have to every year.
No, but every year, I mean, since I've been here, it's been the same recommendation, obviously. So I'm guessing so I'm just trying to figure, we don't have to go that far down that, but.
When I started here, we had the 80-20 and we weren't offering as good a benefit package because the city couldn't. So if we get to a place that we can no longer fund this, then we would have to decrease coverage. And there's other possibilities that we could choose, but we are trying to be fiscally responsible, but at the same time, try to still provide the employees the best insurance that we're able. So yes, if they keep continuously skyrocket up, yeah, we're gonna have to make a lot of difficult decisions.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Fellows?
Yeah, I have one side comment and then a question. But I heard that we have $100,000 because of the sale of 206 North Washington. I know that we were able to buy 206 North Washington because of the Housing Trust Fund, the 100,000 in there. So that makes me think that the sale price, that should go back into the Housing Trust because that's where that money came from. So I'll be following up about that. And then my question is, because I'm new to this is the first time I'm looking at it, and I'm just trying to understand because I'm looking at the summary and background, and it says that the option one would cost the city basically a quarter of the amount of option 3, quarter to a third, and also it would cost the employees less than option 3 too, according to these numbers I'm seeing, the $142,000 versus $235,000. So I'm just trying to
Looking
understand
at
that.
the full amounts, is that
Yeah, option 1 would cost the city approximately 500,000 and employees 142,000. And option 3 would cost the city 1.7 million and the employees approximately 235,000. So with this layout, I would say why wouldn't we do a hard cap?
looking at this, I'm sorry, but the amount on option 1, the total of our healthcare was supposed to be 1.9 on each, but this is that 1.5? Was that supposed to be? Yeah. I don't think that's 533,000 on the option 1 there on that.
So this is incorrect.
I believe so.
This is
So
page
supposed to be
29.
Let me just calculate it. Do you have your notes?
Because based on these numbers, I would say option 1,
1.
less cost for everyone.
So I think it's around 1.4 million. So 1.471. And then
For the employee cost or the
for the employer side, and then around 490,000 for the employees.
Okay.
Yep. So yeah, because the share when we use hard cap, it's more like 25% for employees, and then 75 to the city. So looks like
That would make more sense.
was that on the
On,
resolution?
RFL?
it's on page 229.
229.
The next item.
I have it right here.
Yeah, that's the RFL, right?
So would that be amended?
No, it's not in the resolution.
It's not in the resolution.
It's just in the RFL, not the.
Just RFL. Oh, no.
So what are the new numbers again for number 1?
0.4 million and 490,000.
490,000.
90,000.
Further questions from council? Seeing none, Clerk Bujar, can you please call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown, Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson, Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
You.
2/3, yeah.
Councilmember King, you have 220.
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the Council of the City of Ypsilanti deems it to be in the best interest of the city to continue to keep healthcare costs in line with our budget. And whereas the current Blue Cross, Blue Shield, and Blue Care Network plans will continue to keep healthcare costs in line with our budget while still offering additional benefits to the active employees and retirees that are eligible to participate. Now therefore be resolved that the City of Ypsilanti approve a 1-year contract from January 1st, 2026 to December 31st, 2026 to offer the following Blue Cross, Blue Shield, and Blue Care Network benefit plans to all eligible participating employees and retirees. Community Blue PPO, Simply Blue PPO, 80%, BCN, HMO, HSA, and Medicare Advantage. Further, that the Council of the City of Ypsilanti approves a 1-year contract with EHIM to administer the self-funded wrap and prescription portions of the BCBS Community Blue PPO program and coordinate all benefits and costs with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. I so move.
Moved by Councilmember King, supported by Councilmember Simmons. Okay.
This was also presented in Reagan's lovely presentation. Went over that, the Blue Cross Blue Shield Community Blue is self-funded. The city funds 4,000 for single, 8,000 for family. The prescription is fully covered by the city through EHIM. Blue Cross Blue Shield, Simply Blue PPO, we just talked about how we went from 100 to 80%, meaning that the employees, once they meet their deductible, will be paying 20%. And this is funded through the city. We get 1,500 for single, 3,000 for family. And then the BC and HMO HSA is a high deductible plan. The city contributes to the HSA and gives 3,300 for single and 600 for family.
Questions from council? Councilmember Fellows?
I mean, I'm going to support this, but just Blue Cross, Blue Shield, and just the insurance companies in general are making it very hard for people to afford to survive, and hopefully we will figure something out than just like giving these monopolies 25% increases over every year.
Thank you. Further questions or comments from council? Call the roll, please.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Councilmember Fellows, you have 221. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Fellows.
Oh, sorry. Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas Section 10.02 of the City Charter and the Uniform Budgeting and Accounting Act, Public Act 2 of 1968, required that all public funds be deposited in financial institutions designated by the governing body. And whereas it is necessary for the City of Ypsilanti to maintain depositories at municipal financial institutions in order to conduct daily operations, receive revenues, and make disbursements. And whereas the City Council must authorize the official list of banking institutions and authorize signers for the city accounts. Now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that the following financial institutions are hereby designated as approved depositories for the city funds: Bank of Ann Arbor, Key Bank, Huntington Bank, Fifth Third Bank, Michigan Class, and MILAF Plus. Be it further resolved that the authorized signers on behalf of the City of Ypsilanti shall be the City Manager, the City Treasurer, Finance Director, and the City Clerk. Be it further resolved that the City Manager and City Treasurer are authorized to establish, maintain, and close accounts at these institutions as necessary for the proper handling of city funds, provided that all such accounts remain subject to audit and reporting requirements, and I so move.
Moved by Councilmember Fellows, supported by Councilmember Tucson. Okay, that's it. Councilmember Simmons.
Yeah, I know this was one of the things that was suggested to consent, but my question is, I was trying to understand like why we have so many, like why so many different banks, and then how these ones were selected over other options.
So there are no changes in this banking institutions. This has been the banks that we had relationship even before I started with the city. And we have different options just so we could diversify on how we invest our money. And some have different functions. Like for Bank of Ann Arbor, it's more of where our payables and central checking account, our payroll account is being handled, while for Key Bank and Huntington, it's more of like an investment account for the city. And a couple years back, I think we added the Michigan Class and MILAF, which is where most municipalities in Michigan have invested their surplus funds.
So is that 3 or 4 different ones that are specifically for investments?
Yes. So for investments, we have KeyBank, Huntington, Fifth Third Bank. That's for our fire and police pension. It's where they have their like fiduciary bank, and then Michigan Class and MyLaf. That's where we invest the city surplus funds.
Councilmember Fellows?
Have we ever considered a credit union option?
We've had some offers from different, but probably we'll take a look at in the future. I'll talk to the city manager if he wanted to.
We have so many anyway, might as well. The credit union.
Some more.
Or like there might be different investment options
Mhm.
there than there are with these.
Councilmember McLean?
Yeah, maybe along those lines, thinking about using local institutions perhaps, as I noticed that 3 of these are headquartered in our friends to the south. That would be Ohio.
Will be
Noted.
okay. All right. Further,
Listen, Cincinnati.
Milo. Further questions? Comments? Please call the roll.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Reagan.
you, Mayor.
Good night. Hope you get to go home now. Councilmember McLean, you have 223.
Resolution 223, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the City of Ypsilanti has an interest in remediating and developing Water Street, and whereas the City of Ypsilanti is conducting excavation work on Water Street for redevelopment purposes, and the city is the recipient of $4,381,000 through MEDC from Senator Jeff Irwin's office for the environmental remediation of Water Street redevelopment area. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Ypsilanti authorizes city staff to expend the remainder of the MEDC grant funds on the DUR storage yard excavation project for the purposes of environmental remediation. I so move.
Support.
Moved by Councilmember McLean, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. Hi, Katie.
Hello.
Good night.
So just a quick update on the remediation progress that's been happening. We've taken 91 truckloads of hazardous soil off the site, taken 98 trucks of non-hazardous soil off the site. They have both lead and PCB in them, for a total of 189 trucks at this point. We have found some additional expenses as we've moved through the process, which is to be expected. We found the footers of a building, and the soils near that building tested positive for cadmium and lead both, I believe at toxic levels, so that's adding additional expense. We'll also need to extend our contract with AKT a bit, and likely our contract with 21st Century. So that's the additional expenses, but essentially not to have to come back every couple of weeks. We also don't have a second meeting in November, so that was a little tricky, and I was getting nervous that I wouldn't have the budget that I would need to have to be able to extend these things and continue our progress. I think that right now the interest is in timeliness and getting this project complete within the time frame. We only have the grant until the end of the year. And so we're trying desperately not to have to extend it. We may have to extend it 6 months, but we're working on it. We're trying. I was behind 4 semis this morning on Michigan Ave heading to work. So they're there and they're working.
Difficult to extend? Is it, I mean, because
Well, we've already extended it a year. So difficult, no, other than they gave us a year. We've extended it a year now. And so it's just going back and more each time and asking for more. Now we have a lot more to show that we're doing something with a lot of the money. Like before it was very slow because it was all this testing that we've been doing. And so now it's getting $300,000 invoices as opposed to $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 invoices each month. So not hard, no. I think it's more in the interest of the effort and the fact that we have people on the ground and continuing that without delay.
but if we don't expend it, then we expect to extend then.
Can you speak up just a little bit?
Oh, if we don't expend it by the end of the year, we can expect to extend.
Yeah, my goal will be in the next week or two to have a request into MEDC if we need to extend it.
Okay. And then the other question I had was about since there's been more, pollution found, does that mean that we are not going to be cleaning as large of a scope of area that we're planning to?
No, in fact, we may, part of the extension with 21st Century might be able to go into a little bit more. So many of the answers to these questions are chicken and egg. We have to continue to do a little bit more to be able to get a little bit more of an answer, to get a little bit more of an answer, to be able to actually get there. And so that's why we're constantly doing the budget each day and each week to make sure that we're close to that that number, but also not far exceeding that number. And so that's but again, we got the invoice for the cadmium. What did I say that number was, Andrew? Do you remember?
Do not recall.
I think it was like $50,000, something like that, 40, 50, right? Enough that like we have to come back to you guys. And so, so essentially it's just that it's just getting the cadmium out of there, and that dirt that is within the footings also off the site.
Bless you.
Comments from council?
Right?
Seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Tucson. Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Councilmember Simmons, you have 224.
Lady.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the City of Ypsilanti has an interest in remediating and developing Water Street, and whereas the City of Ypsilanti will be engaging an ad hoc citizens committee to develop a request for qualifications, and the city has interest in utilizing that committee in the most comprehensive way to develop the best community benefits for the Water Street redevelopment area. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Ypsilanti approve the process laid out by staff to utilize the ad hoc citizens committee to develop community benefits for the Water Street redevelopment area. And I so move.
Simmons, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. Hello, again.
So I know that you guys had asked for a little bit of a recap on what we've done for community engagement. So this past spring, we had through the spring and into the fall, we've had 8 different community engagement sessions. We did a look back at the history of Water Street. We did a panel on the current conditions of Water Street, and then we had a visioning session as well, where we had 32 people attend. That was back in April. And then this fall, we determined that we needed to do some more. And so we did one for each ward. We also did a virtual one for a total of 4 additional. Among those sessions, we had another 39 folks. We also did an online survey with approximately 15 or so surveys they were asked the same kind of questions, then walked through the same sort of process, had the same sort of forms and things in front of them that they could look at and give us feedback. So that brings us to about 92 pieces of input that we've had for Water Street for community benefits and discussions about community benefits thus far. We also had a real estate panel, which I'll let Mateo Pasalacqua from Carlisle Wortman talk a little bit about some of the outcomes that we got from that real estate panel.
Hello, Mateo. Thanks for hanging out with me.
Yeah, no problem. I think you guys might set a record for me.
Ross.
Not for
Yeah, I know. It's nothing for you guys. Mateo Pasalacqua, Carlisle Wortman Associates. We are planning an economic development consultant firm that's been working with Katie and her team over the last year and a half or so on the Water Street site. And so as Katie had mentioned, part of the community outreach was doing a real estate panel. And what we wanted the goal of this was to kind of bring some different people from different silos of real estate development to come in and kind of answer some questions and go through both the challenges and the opportunities associated with sites like Water Street. So we had a commercial banking firm there. We had a brownfield attorney there. We also had a developer on the panel, and kind of across the 3 of them, as well as some developers in attendance for the meeting itself, we were really able to kind of get through, again, the pros, the cons, the ups and downs that come with these sites, the timelines associated, the complexity of funding and planning, and really kind of the big 4 items that came from it that was good feedback for us to know as it relates to when the time comes to engage the development community is what are they going to be looking for? And they're going to be looking to understand what incentives are available for the site. They're going to be looking to understand what is the state of the site's environmental cleanup, both in the present that they are engaging the city, but then also the future anticipated condition of the site. They want to understand the process that the city is going to want to go through to develop the site, and they're going to want to understand the community benefits that the city is looking for out of the development. With those pieces of information, you know, which we are kind of looking to have ready at the right time, will really enable the developers, I think, to appropriately gauge their interest. So that when the time comes to ask for qualifications, we are getting folks who are truly interested, not kind of dipping their toe in the water or potentially getting in over their head or have so much going on elsewhere that Water Street's not their focus. So aim for the stars. You know, that's what we're trying to do in getting both the city there as well as the developers that might be interested in the site. So that was really the context of the real estate forum.
Thank you. Oh, okay, Councilmember McLean would like to ask Mateo a question.
Yeah, sure.
Love that. Yep, much better.
Appreciate you going over the four categories. It makes good sense.
Sure.
Wonder if there's a way, did they drill down any further to say, for example, in the area of incentives, if we have this kind of incentive, you know, that would be really attractive. If we don't have this, we're not touching it, for example.
I think there'd be a way. I mean, it's a great question. There may be a way to craft in the RFQ to solicit back from the developer, you know, what incentives would you be interested in seeing the city pursue or collaboratively pursue with you? You know, one of the things when it comes to sites like this is, and what we're really trying to market to is folks who've done it before, who kind of understand that landscape very well. That was actually one of the great benefits of having the attorney from Wasmer available, because he essentially turns what the brokers and the developers and the cities turn into a legal agreement. So he is kind of the trifecta for the deal. So he was kind of able to speak to those things, but I think there may be a way to craft in the RFQ, again, soliciting from the developers themselves, what kind of incentives would you want to collaborate with the city on to pursue development of the site?
Councilmember Simmons?
Yes. Before I get to my other questions, I guess one thing that I just want to clarify, I guess, because in this it talks about, you know, coming up with the community benefits and things like that. And so it made my ears go like, wait a minute, I just want to make sure that this is not trying to take the place of the community benefits ordinance. So yeah, so I just want to have confirmation or hear about how you see this interacting with that process.
Is it you, me?
I think that that's essentially what we need clarification on and a decision on by the end of today. I think that we have concerns that if we go through a 6-month process right now before the RFQ goes out, and then we get a developer and they say, and we have in there in that RFQ, here are the different benefits the city of Ypsilanti hopes to see. And then they respond to that with the understanding that those are the benefits that we hope to see. And then we tell them, but wait, now you have to go through this other process with a community benefits or group, committee, sorry, couldn't think of the word, that would deter a developer. Every time I've mentioned that kind of 2-step process to folks, people go and get nervous. And so I think that that's the clarification that we're looking for. I think that the way that it's laid out here is that it kind of would be the community benefits process, that the 6 months leading up to the RFQ would be the community benefits process. We have other ideas of how that could go, but I think that that is the decision that we need made here tonight.
Yeah, no, I mean, this was one of my concerns, and I think that we had lack of clarity of that as I talked to some of my colleagues, but I think this just, hold on, let me go down to those notes. You know, I would have deep concerns about this trying to take the place of the CBO, because
one, we've been working on CBO things and also trying to add in some more accountability pieces there. And and then also the processes will be different because in the CBO, the community is in direct conversation and negotiation with the developer. Whereas this is not that. It's more of kind of more community engagement process up front, which is, I think when we first talked about this is something I brought forward, which is why I was trying to think about how these processes could have overlaid with the time that Carlisle Wortman was doing these public engagement. That would have been my preference of how to expand out and have more community outreach and work at this point. Because I do see this as different timelines. It's like a different thing to say we want to think about what it could be versus now we're really looking at it. Now everybody has the same information, and now we really are looking at whatever, and we have these accountability things that we have worked out through an ordinance. And so I definitely don't want to support something that feels like it's weakening something that we've been working on and that has been, at least partially successful for us. And so anyway, I have some other things I want to think about now that I am kind of hearing that clarity, but I just want to put that forward.
If I may. So I think when we look at the process and the timeline associated with it, and the different steps that the city could take as it relates to community benefits and community outreach, I will say that what we've done, I guess what's encouraging to me in the process thus far is what's been done to this point that we feel has offered up a good foundation for what this ad hoc committee would then take and expound on. The tough part no, it's not tough. It's all time, right? A lot of your decisions are based on time and resources and things of that nature, and the developers will make that same decision. I think if we are in a situation where if we go through a 6-month process to help with the drafting of the RFQ, right, to make sure that the community benefits are defined within that RFQ, council has to approve that. Council will have to approve that RFQ before it actually goes out. And then the developer that would come from, the developers that would be vetted through that process comes to council. The project continually will find its way back to you. And I guess I would offer up that through the work that we've done so far in the ad hoc committee, or at least what's being presented tonight as far as kind of the 6-month process, you will be engaged in very closely. And at the end of the day, if you don't feel as though either the developer that's brought forward at the end of the RFQ process or the projects that's bring forward isn't meeting what you've heard as the community benefits being required, and it would be our goal not to bring it to you if we didn't feel as though it did, you would have the ability to step in at that point. The tough part, I think, it's key in when we engage the developers, because what the RFQ is going to do is it's going to offer up a level of exclusive conversations to conceptualize what Water Street would be, but skin in the game isn't there yet. But at the point in time in which the developer is going to go through a longer process, which I'm not here to say is right or wrong, but a longer process, skin in the game might become more the conversation, right? The developer may need to, at that point, solicit some level of assurances if they are going to put time and effort and money into coming along the community benefit process. How that looks, I can't tell you. What gets negotiated back and forth, I can't tell you. It adds time to the process. It adds some uncertainty. Again, I'm not here to say that those are bad things. It's just a reality of kind of making the decision of, do we want to work on a process that, I won't say fully vets down to every technical aspect of what a community benefit is, but if we want to do all that heavy lifting up front so we can offer the developer as much information as possible at initial contact, which is the RFQ, I think it puts us in a good position to have a good working relationship with said developer and working with them on the process of bringing in the project through all of the requirement processes they're going to follow with conceptual plans, site plans, approvals, so on and so forth. So I guess I'm not here to offer up one being good or one being bad. I guess I'm here to offer up timelines.
Well, it sounds like too, I mean, like, I think the CBO has been able to be clearly communicated to folks. And so I feel like it's just like a challenge to kind of move away from that. But then the other thing is that in terms of the timeline, like this conversation of what would happen before is before developers would even be involved necessarily. And so the CBO being still like that commitment from them is the same timeline. It's more for us in terms of when it goes out, the timeline that's impacted now.
Is that a question? My
Oh
apologies.
yeah, I'm just trying, because I'm just like tracking. I'm saying, like, when we're talking about timeline, the CBO timeline is pretty clear, and that has been pretty well established and communicated about things for developers. So the question about that timing would be the same, because this time we're talking about is still ahead of process. I mean, I don't know if that, I mean, that might be something to think about now that we're talking about some of these things in terms of timing, but I still feel that it doesn't give the same level of connection. Even though it comes back to us, it doesn't necessarily go back to the community to really figure that out once we're looking at the actual information and not kind of on things that we're still trying to project off of. So to me, it's a different level of decision making. One is kind of saying, we still like this is what we want. And other is saying, here's what we have, here's what, it's a different level. Like, one is actually decision making, and one is kind of like, let's still kind of put out what we would like to see. I mean, that's just different, responsibilities.
Correct. I just think with every step, the target has to become more focused, not move. And that's, again, there's no good or bad. We want to make sure we get as much in as we can. I think that's why the goal is for us to have this very, 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 very well baked before we engage the development community. It's stereotypical, but they are a time-based industry. And the more time there is in uncertainty of whether or not they're going to actually get a contract in place to have rights to develop the property, so on and so forth, the more time associated up to that point, I think the harder it will be to get a qualified developer on board. Now, I don't have a crystal ball, right? I'm not here to tell you that that's exactly the way it will go. It's just an observation that both Carlisle Wortman has had in the planning industry, and I've had prior to my career with Carlisle Wortman. I worked in commercial real estate. I'm not the master, but I've got enough years and have been around enough brokers to listen to the conversations. Again, not here to say what's right or wrong. It's really just a measurement of time and when we're engaging these parties that we might partner with. Like I said, I think, the community outreach or the community outreach and the feedback that we've solicited so far has been very constructive. It's really started to already kind of paint a broad picture. And I think that's what's encouraging about now taking this next step with the ad hoc committee over the 6 meetings is we're not handing them blank slate. We're not asking them to start from ground zero. We're kind of offering what we've collected over the last 6 months for them to build on. If after 6 months or meetings of that really offer us what we think is substantial enough to put in an RFQ so the developer can say, yes, I think I could pull that off, or a developer be like, nope, that's not my thing. I think there's a lot of opportunity in that, again.
And then okay, I know there's other questions. I'm sorry. I have lots of things. But I guess my question would be, because this is really throwing this whole thing into question for me, to be honest. But the other thing is just what would happen. So the developer is like, oh yeah, like that looks good. I respond to it. And then we get into the project. And then they're like, well, actually this or this cost has gone up because we know that that's real. And this here.
You're talking about the developer.
Yeah. So now once they get it, they answer the RFQ. We're like, oh, great. Somebody wants to do what we want them to do. And then they say, oh, well, the market has changed and this is that. And now wood costs 5 times as much. And now steel costs 10 times because we know that this is what happens. Then what happens? Because then that's where they cut into all those different benefits. And without another mechanism, without accountability, how do we hold them to that? RFQ. So I guess my other thing would be for us to consider then what we have to, if I still am not into doing something different than something that already had a lot more engagement around in terms of the CBO process versus this process, but also what we would need to do to make sure that there's some more accountability and some of those things that would be in this for after the fact.
I think that that now is also probably a good time for us to mention, like, there is a hybrid approach that we could take to this, where we could start that committee. We could have a couple of meetings, 2 or 3 meetings, get an idea of what we want to have in that RFQ that would be related to benefits, release the RFQ within like, let's say 3 months, 4 months, and then it's out there, and then that same committee continue to be that community benefits committee that meets throughout the process, right? And so then they come back with developers, they have a chance to meet with the developer, and then they also have a chance to see it at the point at which they've got like a 50% development, a 90% development, and kind of continually go through it, through the process along with council. And so it would be sort of a back and forth throughout the whole process, and use that 6 months. I mean, the 6 months would grow into 18 months, 2 years, who knows?
I want to give other folks opportunities to ask questions. Councilmember Fellows has been waiting.
Yeah, we have to extend the meeting, move to extend to midnight.
Moved. Support. It's been supported. Moved by Councilmember Fellows, supported by Councilmember Simmons. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we're here.
Nice try.
Okay, so I find this very upsetting, actually, and I do think there's been a lot of disingenuous fear mongering over the process because, you know, as Councilmember Simmons is saying, before any developers are engaged, this process is done. This is before anything happens. CBO comes after. And so this was never meant to supersede the CBO process. And as we have seen in previous developments, the CBO process has worked well. So I do find, as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, Carlisle Wortman's contract is done when the RFQ is done in October, November, December. Is that correct?
Contracted through RFQ.
Yeah, I mean, there's been conversations of assistance when projects come in as it relates to design and things of that nature, but yes, up to RFQ for now.
Yeah, so I don't know if I want to necessarily hear kind of like the fears that you're projecting onto what happens beyond your contract ending, because really we're asking, the previous council asked you to work on the RFQ process. That's what's happening right now. Once that is done, then this committee process starts to finish the work that you all started. And then after that, it will go to bid, and whoever comes to the table will come to the table, and we'll have a CBO process. So, I wasn't coming to this resolution tonight actually fearing any of what's come up, but I'm now seeing maybe staff's efforts over time to kind of like slowly change the goalposts of what the resolution actually states very clearly. And so, it says in the resolution, there has to be at least six meetings within 100 days of formation of the committee. That this committee would only start following the completion of the 2025 Carlisle Wortman Water Street draft RFQ. So this isn't, yeah, I was like, okay, this timeline seems okay. I have a couple tweaks I want to add, which I'm still happy to do that because the actual timeline is not super alarming to me, but what was said just now is alarming to me. So I don't know. I'm just like gathering my thoughts because this is not the expectation I had from talking to the city manager or anyone else.
Mayor Pro Tem. Oh, Councilmember Claims.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm alarmed too, but not by what you've told me. I respect your professional judgment. I appreciate you coming in and sharing that with us. And my greatest fear, if we step back to the big picture, is that we all remember, or that we've somehow forgotten, that we are trying desperately to develop a brownfield that has been sitting vacant for more than 20 years. And this gentleman has told us that developers need some level of certainty. And we ignore that advice at our own peril. At our own peril. So whatever process we use, and I support completely the concept of a community benefits program, but it must yield some level of certainty for the developers, or we're not going to have one. And it's going to sit here for another 20 years. I think there's a big difference between accountability on the community benefits and changing the community benefits. Right? If we decide where the community benefits needs to land and say that, I think what I hear you saying is that should be beneficial. It creates certainty. I mean, as developers that I've talked to, they like a good project, one that is favorable to them, of course, not surprising. They don't like a bad one. And what they hate the most is uncertainty, because they have no idea if it's a good project or a bad project. So we've got to build something here in this process that allows us to provide some basic level of certainty to the community.
Pro Tem.
Yeah, I look at this timeline. This is fine. When we had this original conversation and the idea of an ad hoc committee was proposed, I fully understood it to be preemptive community benefits. Otherwise, I don't really see the point, right? This is like we've gone through a process. We had a bunch of people come in. We had meetings. We had engagement. We had all these meetings, and people came forward. I brought this up at the time. It was just like, and I have heard complaints from my constituents that this is a waste of our money because we've already had this process, having another process. So I understood this process to be preemptive CBO, and to say that, well, no, that's not what is intended at all. It's like, then why are we doing this at all? We could have an RFQ based on the information that we've already had in public meetings that everybody was encouraged to come to, and some did and some didn't. But to me, the whole point of this ad hoc committee was preemptively to address the community benefits that we want. So having two processes before and after, and I appreciate your comments about how those are different decision-making processes. And I agree, they are. They're different, but the point was to front load with what we actually want, and to think about those benefits separately than from the meetings that have already been convened. And if that's not what's happening here, then I don't see what the point of doing any of it is. If we're going to then go back and have to do a CBO after the fact, then skip this, get to the RFQ, send it out, and we'll have our CBO.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this in several discussions and then in the passing of the resolution itself, but it's a large part because, feedback from staff saying that developers want to know what to expect. So having some, actual, community process that kind of mimics the CBO helps with setting expectations. As well, this is just being our largest asset. And, the problem with this asset is that we have pitched it kind of to developers with a open mind, and the community has hated it and rejected it every single time. This is why, these processes help with, setting expectations, with slowing things down for the community to have buy-in, for guarantees for developers. That was the point. I want to get to like the nuts and bolts of it because this outline is generally okay with me, except with some exceptions. So we don't talk in circles forever. So I'm going to first bring up that the meeting times is not enough because there needs to be at least 6 meetings. I think that in this, there's 5. The other issue is that from the public event in November to the noticing in October, public event in November, and then the timeline of a meeting in December and the big community meeting being in December and the first committee meeting in January doesn't really make sense because we only have 1 meeting in December. And so we're not going to be able to make all of our appointments between December 9th and a second week of January. So it's going to have to push out a month anyway. So this timeline just isn't feasible because council simply doesn't meet. And the other change I would suggest, and based on comments here, is that this wasn't intended to supersede a community benefits process, but there was discussion about how to interlace it. And one of the things that came up was that, you know, after there's responses from developers, then the same committee can do, you know, both the negotiation. So it would be the same committee that laid out the benefits would just basically ensure that the benefits that were requested are being met by the developer in this CBO process. But that would mean that it would extend this out a bit because the RFQ is supposed to be 6 months. Then, you know, the developer comes in, and then after that, the same committee would do negotiations based on the CBO process. Instead of getting a whole new committee. That's the only way I could see this kind of interlacing with those things.
Councilmember Simmons.
So this is raising a couple of things. One, I think that I'm trying to think about what this hybrid approach could look like too. So I want to think about that too. But one of the pieces is if it's the same group, it really extends out for the committee, their time commitment as well. So I always think about there's the time commitment that we're asking developers as they're doing in their business, but just for general public, like what their time commitment is, and the CBO has a certain kind of time commitment, and this would be an extension of that, which might be fine to ask, especially for this property, given it's whatever, but just naming that. This also, then it raises some of the questions too about the selection and, you know, some of that. So it makes me think about what would it look like to actually have these processes kind of more intertwined so that it can feel more seamless, but we can also be getting the, yeah, like hitting the high points of what's necessary in the ordinance. And so I'm wondering for us for now, for tonight, in terms of what we need to do and what like what it would look like to actually kind of work out some of these timing things a little bit better and what hybrid approach might look like. I agree with us needing to have clarity and being able to put like, this is what the expectation is, this is what the timeline looks like. You know, I think that we have been doing that. But I think that, yeah, we definitely want it to be clear with that. And I understand like what it would look like for if we put out, okay, here's some benefits, and then another group's like, yo, no, those aren't working. But I also think about it as like, it's more also thinking about level of what it is that the benefit is. Like the benefit could be at like, oh gosh, y'all, my biology is gonna come to haunt me right now. But when there's like the category, wait, you can help me out. There's the class, the kingdom, the da-da-da-da, right? So there's the different levels. What are you?
Yeah, it's not a biologist, so.
But all I'm trying to say is that when I think about it, that I can think at the RFQ level, we might say a benefit is that we want there to be like a community space. That might be at that level, right? But when it gets at the nuts and bolts, the level might be at what might come out of the CBO is we want a community space that does these specific things, and we would want it to have this kind of access. And we want to make sure that, like the CBO gets more specific than what would be in the RFQ.
Is, if I may.
Yes.
When what you're saying makes sense, is what I was referring to earlier accomplished some of that, in that we've done some of the foundational lifting with the work that we've done over the last 6 to 7 months to understand kind of the direction of what the community might want to see out of the space. We've heard affordable housing, we've heard mixed use, we've heard retail opportunities for existing businesses to grow, we've heard access to the river, we've heard interpreter signage, landmarking for the site's historical. I guess what I'm saying is what we did kind of the first part of what you were talking about, and the ad hoc committee is now chiseling that down into something a little bit more tangible that goes into the RFQ. And it's okay if the answer is no. That's what I'm wondering.
Well, I mean, I will say, like, I feel like I'm confused. I feel like what Pro Tem was saying is kind of like sticking with me, which is so, because I think that it will depend. Like once we actually have real things in front of us, then there's a different conversation, which won't happen until after the RFQ. Even at where we are, when we were talking about the remediation, all of that, that timeline, we wouldn't have some of that information until later anyway.
Well, and I think that might be some of what Katie's talking about, this potential hybrid or whatever direction we leave with here tonight, is that this committee would then be able to see, because there's going to need to be a concept. Before we go down the road of a site plan, there's going to be some sort of concept that starts to visualize what these benefits are. If they're tangible, right? There's going to be benefits that might be more contractual. But if this board is kept along kind of in this hybrid model that we've talked about, to then start to visualize and say, yes, we do feel as though that is what we were talking about. Does that address some of your concerns about being able to feel more comfortable hearing back from that same committee that's been through the whole process to say, like, yeah, they're kind of starting to put it together in a way that we think works with what the community, we've heard from the community, and we as the ad hoc committee feel comfortable with? Is that if they're brought along for kind of like that initial, my apologies, the concept design portion of it.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I guess one question I have is what is necessary for us to do tonight or before it's morning? Because because I'm just wondering whether this is something where we need to kind of go back, have more conversation, figure out some of these details so that we can actually have something that feels like it's responding to what we have in place and also giving clarity for everybody. Like, I don't feel like we have that right now, because so we came into the meeting thinking it was one thing, I mean, like I said, like I was kind of like, this raises question for me, but whether we can whether we should table this to work on it, to then come to something that feels better for us all to talk about, where we can kind of suss out some of these specifics of even what a hybrid approach would look like, because that would change the timeline that was put in for what this beginning time would look like. And it would clarify how the CBO would come into play so that could be clearly laid out in the RFQ. So I guess that would be that would be where I'm at now, whether this is something that we should consider tabling to do that work before our next meeting.
Councilmember Fellows?
Yeah, I'm okay with tabling, but I also know that part of the problem has been that there's been a lot of discussion and there's been kind of winnowing timelines and things because there's different competing interests. So I'm kind of interested in just like getting the ball rolling. And so I do have a proposed timeline, which could either be, suggested to you all to look at and come back later with, or we can adopt it tonight. But it's not that different from what is proposed. It's to notice all residents in October, community meeting December 2nd, first meeting in February, so we were able to appoint people. And then subsequent meetings in March, April, May, June, and July, maybe, if we can get in a 6th meeting. But if in a hybrid model, I can imagine RFQ in July, and the committee reconvenes for August, September, October, something like that, to actually negotiate whether the benefits were completed. The other thing that I was hoping to bring in tonight was to talk about this resiliency network convening that the city manager and I went to this past week, because the reason why that I brought this originally to council was to prevent this kind of like compulsion to rush and ram through things on the basis of like, we gotta appeal to developer timelines, where it's like, it is a large part of the reason why this isn't developed 20 years later. But to actually slow things down so that there is like trust built into the process and the community has buy-in for our largest asset. So this particular convening had a presentation about kind of futuring the next 100 years, visioning what it would look like in wherever we are in the community, and what our goals are for 100 years out, and then what it would take to get to those goals 50 years out, 20 years out, 10 years out, 5 years out. And it was a pretty powerful exercise. It was generative. The attendees came up with a lot of great ideas. And I was thinking that some scaled down version of this presentation that I sent all to council to look at could be either the first committee meeting presentation or the second, so that there is a basis for the committee to be able to understand that this isn't a rush process. We're actually thinking about long-term goals for this land, and how do we actually ask for what we want, rather than just rubber stamp what Carlisle Wortman has presented. So my other suggestion is to hire Yodit Mesfin from NEW to do a presentation at the first or second meeting. So those are my suggestions for tonight.
May I make one clarification just to try to be as clear about the process as I can? The RFQ itself is really soliciting the qualifications from developers who have seen everything that we've put on the table to see if they're interested. It's not negotiations as far as the actual site plan and community benefits associated with it come much further down the line. Okay, I just wanted to like make sure that there isn't what the RFQ is essentially offering is, we're basically kind of putting it out there to enter into conversations with 1 or 2 developers exclusively about the site and kind of what we've put on the table to gauge their interest. And then the pen on paper, as far as what they're actually delivering, that comes down the road. I just wanted to clarify.
One thing we should also keep in mind is if a developer comes forward, but they only want to do one type of parcel, how would we handle that? So that we have several different developers coming in for different sections of the site. So what would council's directive be for that kind of situation?
My thought is that, the RFQ committee is basically deciding if we want it to be, one large parcel development or several. I think it's up to the RFQ committee to do that. And so it wouldn't necessarily, I mean, I could see a developer still being like, I like part of your proposal and I have a parcel proposal. It's possible, but it would be up to the committee to put that into the RFQ.
Also, I think that it's important to just clarify one thing. I don't think that there is necessarily a rush, right? Like the rush is just to get Water Street developed. We're at a time where we have some of the financing in place that we can do some of the remediation and some of the things that might entice a developer. I think that we can slow it down as much as council seems that we should do it. I think that it's the clarity piece. And I think that doing two different committees, we run a real risk of the lack of clarity, because we can't guarantee that one committee is going to agree that those things that were put in that RFQ are then the ones that they negotiate with. And then a developer is less likely to hang on. And I think my goal is to get to development. Like that's my goal, is to get Water Street developed and to get something built on it that we can all be proud of. And so I think that it's not a timing thing as much as it is, I don't want a developer to feel like we've taken them along for a ride that keeps changing.
Yeah, to that, your final point, Katie, I think it may not be a timing thing, but it's at least a sequencing thing.
And clarity.
Always,
I think that we're all understanding it
Always.
differently a little bit.
always. And to the question that the city manager asked about, we prefer the whole parcel or partial, be flexible. Let's see what's out there. Let's see what's possible.
I'm going to move to table this to the next meeting with the updated timeline that Councilmember Fellows had proposed to be put in that packet at that time.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, supported by Councilmember McLean. Clerk Joe, did you get it?
I have it. I will send it to you.
So we are tabling the motion with the caveat that we are adding Councilmember
For the
Fellows
discussion, yeah.
Timeline, yeah.
for the next. Okay.
But that would include other things, because I feel like that.
Right,
timeline can
we
be
have more
extended.
things to figure out between now and then, but yeah, and given that it's 11:48.
Got it.
All right, discussion on the motion? Please call the roll, Clerk Joe.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Motion is tabled.
Yeah, come back at the next meeting. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hopefully you won't be here too.
Very much.
No problem. Thank you. All right, it's 11:49 and we have a discussion regarding the scope of a third-party investigation for the September 23rd hearing.
Table it?
Can't wait for you. Like, is it- Yeah.
Move the table.
All right, so moved by Councilmember Fellows, supported by Mayor Pro Tem, the table to the next meeting. Any discussion? Please call the roll.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows.
Yes.
Motion is tabled, or
Thanks,
the
folks.
discussion is tabled.
All right, liaison reports, Police Advisory Commission,
This Thursday, 7 p.m., City Hall.
HRC,
Canceled.
Parks and Arts,
No report this week.
Sustainability.
Where for this? We did have a meeting. I just gotta find my notes. There was conversation about resiliency hub networks. There was conversation about the Leave the Leaves. There was conversation about starting to plan for Earth Day. There was I'm sorry, let me just go to open this up. I might put notes here. Yes, they generally had a good meeting.
Planning Commission,
Apparently didn't meet and I wasn't here.
ZBA,
Didn't meet, wasn't here.
SEMCOG,
Nothing at this time.
Watts,
Our meeting's coming up.
Irma County. I don't know. I think I missed it. DDA, the parking lot. So excited. Yay. Rushford Pool.
Nothing at this point.
Councilmember King, House Proposed Business.
I just have one thing, Community Church of God on Jefferson, 565 Jefferson. They're celebrating this Sunday their 100-year anniversary.
Councilmember Tucson,
Nothing at this time.
Councilmember Simmons.
I guess I'll just mention, I was gonna talk about the thing we got from food gatherers about responding shutdown. I already asked the question, or I guess I can try to connect with the city manager about a presentation. And then also just to say that in addition to the public comment piece, I'm also looking to bring forward a resolution for disbursement of funds for harm reduction services to come from the Housing Trust Fund. So just so folks are aware, folks have any questions or thoughts about that, I'm happy to connect with people.
Councilmember Fellows.
I'll save most of my stuff for next time. I would like to decide when our meetings begin in January, because yeah, given that the last meeting is in December is December 9th, and I'm planning my international travels for December into January. I suggest January 6th and January 27th, because that would be in line with our 30-day requirement.
And typically, the schedules are approved in November, so that should be at our
Next meeting.
Okay.
Councilmember McLean.
I want to thank Bonnie and the Department of Public Works for getting
Elm
the
Street.
pavement down on Elm Street before the end of the year. I can face my constituents.
Thanks. Tim.
Just grab the other one. At the next meeting, I want to get on the agenda, the annual reviews for the city clerk and for the city manager. So we have a questionnaire that goes out. I don't know how many people have participated in this in the past, but questionnaire that goes out that was developed by the other councilperson Simmons previously. And so that would go out. And what we'll have to talk about is the timeline for that. Typically, we're giving people a month to go through the evaluation process. They both do self-evaluations, and then we do evaluations, and then we have a meeting about that. The staff can choose to have that be a closed meeting. In all of my years here, they've always been closed meetings. So, but I want to get that ball rolling because I'm doing this, at my day job, things like that. So, and we've been historically lax in this department. So I want to get that on the agenda for the next time.
All right, cool. Thanks for remembering that. Lots of Halloween celebrations coming up in the community. They're being shared broadly, widely everywhere. Trunk or treats, good things for kids. That's it. City manager.
Just one real quick. There's going to be a volunteer day at Candy Cane Park on November 15th. The rest of my stuff can wait. Oh, no, one can't. Good luck to Tracy and her staff for the election on the 4th.
Oh, yeah.
Next meeting is on the 18th.
What is the alternative site for the senior center?
There is no alternative site. We will be at the senior center.
Oh, wow.
Inside?
Yes. Thank you to DPW and everyone who is working very diligently to ensure that we can.
Awesome. Okay, thank you.
Oh, that was the other thing. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I've been in conversation with Barbara Niesmay from Meals on Wheels. They've been trying to come to some agreement with the senior center in terms of collaboration, in terms of space and time and things like that. And so still having those conversations, and I'll meet with Barbara, who's the director of Meals on Wheels, this week. So there may be, we talked about different sites that might be available for that, and other plans for the senior center and things like that. So I'll continue.
I could add one more thing. I went on a ride along with Barbara to do the drop offs. I suggest everyone do that. It was
cool.
All right. Thanks, everybody. The meeting's adjourned.
You say you gotta go to work?
Gotta go get some sleep. I can go to work in the morning.
Sucks having a morning job now.
But I love it so much. My day's free by 2 o'clock. What time you start? At 6 a.m., but I gotta wake up at 4 to drive to Milford.
Happy night.
I'll call you.